Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We'll go ahead and continue with day 2 of strategic planning for the Village of Ruidoso Council meeting. If you would join me for a moment of silence, and then we'll have the pledge. Thank you. Pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag
of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you, everyone. Do we need a roll call? No? Okay, we'll go ahead and continue. What were you thinking about, Susan, during this moment of silence? I'm just curious.
Please, Lord, get us through the day.
And I want to commend Jacob Rigsby, Bill Hall, and Bart Byers last night for doing an outstanding job. They handled it very well.
Good.
And I thought it was a pretty balanced crowd. Ron was there. Joe was there. Didn't you agree, Joe?
Yes, it was. It was.
We had some people that have absolutely no idea what's even going on.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
And but they did a great job.
Did they get some good information?
Well, no, it was more complaining. But there were some key points in there, well, Santa Fe this, Las Cruces does that, and they're like, we're not Santa Fe, the other people, we're not Las Cruces. They have other industries, this is our industry. And then a bunch of people griping about stuff that's not even in village limits. And then they always get me, the young women, they're loud and proud, and they clean houses for a living, but they're not happy with anything. And why in the hell can't y'all do something about affordable housing? When are you going to get your shit together? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
And start working on it. Nothing's been done here, and I've lived here my whole life.
Not yet, yet.
Yeah, but we had one, and all we needed was one officer to keep all the...
And nobody was there.
We just had one officer that stood there, and he was like, it's nothing. Okay. Now we're on to the library. Denise, good morning, and thank you for being patient with us.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Thank you for being here today. I'll start with our purpose statement. The Ruidoso Public Library serves as a community-wide resource to promote literacy, provide a safe space for the free exchange of ideas, and to support educational pursuits. That changed a little bit from last year. We were fortunate to be able to do strategic planning with the advisory board last February. And so everything that I bring you comes from that plan. I do have a copy of that plan if anyone would like to see it.
Who is on your advisory board?
We have quite a few. Leroy Smith, Sarah Ames Brown, Maria Gutierrez, Brenda Garcia, Jeff Frawley, Julianne Lamb, and who else am I forgetting?
Jim Lewis still on?
No, he came off.
It's not there any longer. Karen Kimmel.
Who?
Karen Kimmel.
Yes, that's right.
And they meet quarterly?
We actually meet 5 times a year.
Okay.
We don't meet in July is where we would normally meet, but we don't in the summertime. So for our first goal, we have enhance, sustain, and build library programming for a diverse population. The library will enhance current programming through outreach and create new programming to help ensure the diverse population of Ruidoso has their varied educational and quality of life needs met. To meet these goals, the library manager and youth services librarian will add at least 4 STEAM programs a year for youth in the community. The library manager and supervisor will ensure that at least 6 programs a year are conducted for adults. The library manager, supervisor, and youth services librarian will conduct at least 4 family-friendly programs for the Ruidoso community each year. The library manager and staff will ensure that at least 4 passive programs a year are created for adults and youth. And the supervisor and manager will ensure that staff are trained in various types of library programming.
Okay. Now, you're fully staffed now, right?
Yes, I'm sorry,
No,
Should
you're
let
fine.
y'all
We
know that.
were looking at your organizational chart. So I noticed that you got the Sophia Henry on, so that rounds you out.
Yes, she made us complete.
Okay, excellent. Do you see any hurdles that you're really going to have in completing that first one? All the additional training and making sure that,
We've been doing training already, and later
Constantly.
on, I will address some more about that training that we do. But no, we don't have any hurdles in meeting that training at this point in time.
okay,
We make sure that we budget to have money to allow them to do info people courses.
Okay.
And there's also free training through
all
the
your
state library.
subscriptions and stuff that you have too? Okay, great.
And if I may, Mayor, I'd like to share a comment from some residents. Every Tuesday morning, I go to a men's Bible study, and there's 3 men there, young families, that they were just talking about the library services that they have for their children. You know, their toddlers to their elementary age students and stuff. And the programming that goes on there is they haven't experienced that where they were before. And most of them, or I shouldn't say most of them, 2 of them are from Lubbock area, and they really enjoy being there at the library and all the programming. As a matter of fact, one of them was a teacher over at the Christian school, and the after-school program, they would walk around this way on the trail, and it was the day before your regular program, so they'll do a trial run on them, on those 5 kids, and see let's see how it goes, you know, or what we could learn. But I was just so excited about that, Denise, and appreciate all the staff and what they do. There was one request from one of the dads that order 4 books this next year. He didn't give me titles or anything, but I'll try and get that from him. Because I told him, well, that's your reading level, being in the children's area, so at least that's mine too, so. But anyway, I did want to bring that up before I forgot.
Thank you.
We're good, thank you.
The second goal, enhance, sustain, and build upon community engagement for the library. The library will enhance, sustain, and build upon community engagement to better serve our community through on-site and off-site programming and through consistent marketing. The steps to achieve this goal are the library will participate in at least 3 community engagements for the library. The progress on this is that this last year, we participated in Aspen Fest, the Fort Stanton Trick or Treat Trail, and the Midtown Trunk or Treat. We also were at the Ruidoso Valley Greeters Christmas Jubilee. So we actually got 4 done this last year. A next goal step to achieve will be the library will conduct at least 2 off-site programs per year. The library will continue to market programs and services using varied marketing strategies according to our marketing plan that was done in 2023 with the agency.
You're also at the Renaissance Fair in
The
Wingfield.
Renaissance Fair, yes, we were
Renaissance
there as
Fair,
well.
Yeah,
Did you call it nonsense fair?
yeah. Because I couldn't figure out what was going on there.
Denise, you had talked during the budget hearings about trying to get a bookmobile together. What's the status of that?
Mayor, Councilor Corey, I was going to address
Okay,
what we were
I'm
doing
sorry,
with that
I'm sorry.
in a further one, but thank you. The progress Another progress is the library markets all our programs on Facebook and Instagram, as well as our village website. Regular and special programming is also marketed in the village newsletter, as well as on our website. A recap and look forward is posted on Facebook once a month. When we do special program, we do an announcement at the radio. We'd like to make more time to do more announcements on the radio. But so far, it's going really well. They're promoted really well. Any questions on any of that? Our third goal is to enhance, sustain, and build upon library technology, software, and infrastructure. The steps needed to achieve this goal are the library manager will create a technology plan to update, replace computer hardware and software. The library manager, supervisor, and youth services librarian will make a yearly review of databases and other software associated with services. The manager and supervisor will ensure that updates and replacements are put into the yearly budget. And we will also ensure that library staff are trained in various tech equipment and software.
Denise, do you mind covering the wall that we talked about within the area as well for technology?
Okay, I'll do that. So for technology, well, I have a few updates. For technology, we are updating our conference room to the 21st century. We are getting a large TV monitor with a computer to where we can do Zoom meetings in there and be able to do presentations in there without using the old-fashioned projector.
Yep. And has anybody fixed your door?
Yes, we got automatic doors. So when you're entering on the left-hand side, those doors are automatic. There's a button to open them on the
To your
outside.
conference room?
To the conference
Well,
room?
the conference room, when we had the insurance people or somebody was over there, not insurance. SBA, you couldn't open the doors back there?
We haven't had any problem recently in opening
Okay.
those doors. I think that sometimes what happens is that the doors may swell.
Okay, I
And
just
so-
wanted to make sure, because we had asked if you needed to get it fixed.
But what she's telling us, they just redid the front
Front
doors.
doors.
Yes, we got automatic doors, and it's
88.
just on the left side. And it just makes greater ease of access, especially moms coming with strollers with their kids for story time and folks that are, have difficulty opening the doors themselves.
Okay.
But what Michael was referring to is that we're also going to do a video wall. A video wall. And the video wall is that there's a big TV-type monitor that is on stands, and it will be flashing through with all the different things that we have going on.
What's a marketing?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
And one of them, we are hoping to make it mobile so that when we use the outreach van, that if we need to, we can take that with us and have it.
Yeah, that's nice. Could you take it to the places that you go, like to the events that you go to have that?
That's what we're
Yeah.
planning,
Yeah.
what we're hoping to get
Oh,
done,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, that's nice. So that's going to be in your budget?
Asking.
Actually, we may be asking for money, but we're going to be utilizing monitors that were for the museum that are not going to be utilized
Oh,
by
okay.
the museum.
Oh, yes, great, that's good.
So the goal financially is to always stay budget neutral. So if we can identify resources anywhere within the village, obviously there would have to be transfers and things like that internally, but to try and utilize the resources that we have today so that we can enhance our departments in different ways.
Oh, our own little Doge department. Excellent.
Our own what?
Doge, Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah.
Why did you look like that? Are you not for government efficiency? If Trump says it, no, it ain't good. But congratulations, that's good, because we were wondering what were those other TVs, because we had ordered too many.
So I'm going to be using 2 of them.
Yeah, excellent.
And our fourth goal is to enhance, sustain, and create library facilities and spaces. The library will enhance, sustain, and create library facilities and spaces to best serve our community. The steps to achieve this goal are the manager and the supervisor will create a maintenance plan and work with park staff to ensure that our facility is maintained. The library manager and supervisor will work with capital project managers to update facilities and ensure greater ease of access for patrons. Working with the capital project manager, we were able to get the automatic doors and get that taken care of. It's complete, they're working really well. The next item.
Who maintains, we do, who put them in? I mean,
Allied Lock and Key,
where are they out of?
they're out of Roswell.
Okay, because I know like the hospital, that one clogs up all the time, or at the White Mountain doctor facilities.
Yeah.
It's messed up a bunch, and then they're hard to open.
Well, and this was actually worked really well because we didn't have to get brand-new doors to do it.
Okay.
They got attachments to make them automatic. And the buttons are off of Wi-Fi. And so it's all working really well so
Excellent.
far.
Okay.
The library manager and supervisor will ensure that security equipment is updated and replaced as needed. The manager will seek ways to create more space for library programming and materials. The library has been given funds requested in fiscal year '25 for the purpose of a cargo transit van. And the van is actually, the way it's going to be used is not as what you would call necessarily as a bookmobile, because we will not be able to carry enough books for people to go into it and shop around. But it will be a book delivery type system to where we can make routes and people can reserve books and we'll deliver those books to that site where they can pick them up, and we will take books back with us that they want to have returned.
Who's driving that?
Well, that's something that we have yet to be determined.
You have to make sure they're, do a driver's license check to make sure we can get them insured. You can't just have any,
Right.
You know.
Well, and it shouldn't be a problem because it will be a staff member that will be doing that. And as far as I know, they do those before we get hired.
So you got the money last year to do this?
Yes, I did.
I didn't remember that.
And we are working on getting that. Right now, I have a couple of proposals, one that I haven't had a chance to speak with Mike about that is from the state pricing agreement.
is it a panel-like van, or is it one of these transportation like you see Zia-Trans running around in?
It is not as big as the Zia-Trans, it's smaller than that, but what it's going to have in the back is it's got shelves on either side all the way, and it's covered in vinyl, and it's also got the covering, so the panel that is in back of the front and passenger seat there, so that if something
Some
happens.
slams on the brakes, yeah. So is
Exactly.
it, you can stand up in it?
You'll be able to stand up. Most of us will be able to stand up in it. Not all the members of the library will be able to do so. The one that we, is for a medium height, however, when I talk with Mike, if we feel the need to get one that is higher, then I can go back and ask them to give me a proposal on one that is at the height.
So Denise, the logistics of delivering and picking up books, how do you communicate with your user?
The way that we'll communicate is we'll ensure that we put out to all the areas that we want to have a route, discuss with them where they think it might be best for us to have a stop there, and work with them to best figure out the route and how it's going to work. What my plan is we have about 6 areas that I was thinking of doing a route and stopping there for 30 minutes, allowing people to come pick up, and doing that once every 2 weeks.
So do they rent the book online?
They reserve it online,
Okay.
and then we take it with us and check it out to them when they come to pick it up.
Because currently, we don't have anything like that. It's Capitan brings them back and forth. We do that process, and they'll go there. And so where else are you talking about going in the county?
What I would like to do is possibly, it's not with the county, but we do have a lot of people in Mescalero that use our library.
Do they give us any money?
We do not get money from Mescalero.
But we get money from the county,
Yes, we do.
and we get money from Capitan.
Have we ever requested money from Mescalero?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So
We have
This
requested,
might be an opportunity.
we have requested money from Downs. This last year, we didn't get anything from the Downs. And we don't actually get anything from Capitan.
Well, I thought they used to give us money.
We got 5,000 from the Downs.
Did we get 5,000 from the Downs?
I think this might be a good time to also talk about the pop-up program that we were discussing, the library pop-up. We had actually,
That's news
sorry,
to
no,
me.
so
Go.
one of the engagement goals that was in here is to possibly, as you're doing the bookmobile, to also set up pop-up libraries during special events, during other items, to utilize the bookmobile in a better way. And possibly one of the locations that we were discussing, and maybe we didn't go this far into depth on it, my apologies, was as we do, let's say, the municipal league, being able to show our services that we provide to the rest of the communities that are out here
Yeah.
and popping them up, but also being able to look at an economic development component where we find abandoned buildings within the area and maybe do library pop-ups or other types of pop-up programs for a week or so to bring people in and then allow development within those areas. So that's also something that the.
What about Billy the Kid building that we own in the Downs, doing something like that there?
Sir,
Is that museum still open?
Yes, sir.
yes.
Well, it's not really a museum. Billy the Kid is just a visitor center. Yes, we own it, and
And we did some work to it a few years back, just went
we had
in
a
there,
lady
painted
that
and just,
hit the gas and drove
Yes.
through it, and we fixed that, and we had a roof leak, new roof.
oh, yeah, new porch and all that area, yeah.
But we will take it to all of our outreach events and utilize the van to transport items and also to be able to just do things for people. If they know that we're going to an event and they want to reserve some books, we could take it to the event with us so they could check it out at the event. So there's lots of different ways that we can utilize the outreach van to do
I think that's a
more for the
great idea.
community.
And you have money for lettering and all that?
Yes, we still, if we go with the proposal I have for a state pricing agreement, there'll still be money to be able to do the decals on it. But the proposal I got, it includes everything. It includes the hotspot, it includes all the shelving, it includes the vinyl flooring on the back, so it's not all scratched up and slidey. So it includes everything. So.
It's very exciting. I love it.
Now I'm trying to figure out where I was at.
Number 5, I think.
Goal 5.
I don't think I quite finished 4. There's a little bit more on 4.
I know you got to 2024, you got the van, or the only one you have left is January 25th.
25.
Yes, on this one here, because I've been tasked with increasing space for library programming and materials, as we discussed about pop-up programs, we also discussed about the possibility of the library being able to utilize one of the village buildings for programming and also for extra materials. The programming that we have for adults, we really truly don't have much of a space for adult programming. We have an area up there where we have the computers, however, it disturbs those that are on the computers.
Yeah.
When we have children's programming that has more than about 50 people attending, it gets very crowded in that classroom. And so we were looking for more space possibly to do larger programs. And Michael
Buildings, are you
and I
thinking?
had discussed possibility of,
Um,
discussed the possibility of utilizing a
Other
village building.
Facilities.
And that was also an idea of the pop-ups as well, what we can use. So again, staying budget neutral, figuring out what we're already using, any empty space or open space, there might not be any. But as we start to look and plan for the future, what we're looking at from that engagement side, or maybe finding other buildings that are abandoned, that we may become the anchor in, that would be good buys for us, not just for that, but there maybe putting a plan together to look at some type of acquisition that helps us in the future.
Denise, what kind of programming? Because I thought that the goal is to get people into the library.
Mayor, Councilor Letterman, yes, the ultimate goal is to get people to come into the library. However, we understand that the community is busy. They have a lot of things going on, and there's a lot of people that aren't aware of what the library does. And so we want to get out there and show them what the library can do and be for the community.
Okay.
It may not be something that is, that we sustain after we get more people to come into the library, but it's something that we need to do to inform the community on our services and what we do.
Okay.
Can you give me an example of an adult program?
An adult program that we would do is maybe an adult book club. We also have adult programs that we talk about as far as the humanities. We've had talks before where we've had somebody come in as a character and discuss the era. I know that we had someone come in as a Harvey girl, and she discussed about the way things were as a Harvey girl. And they get into character and dress up like that character. We've had several different ones like that. It's been difficult to get those programs since COVID. The Humanities, New Mexico Humanities Council, they don't have as many people that are doing those programs. And so they're harder to try to get done. The other deal with that too is that where we've done them, it's also difficult to find a good time, because if we do them during the day, it interrupts people using the computers. If we do them in the evening, it may be difficult to try to get people to get there to do those. So we're trying to find good times for adult programming. We're looking at possibly doing things on Saturdays, see if maybe that brings some folks in, maybe doing some stuff in the evenings, partnering with other businesses to possibly do something like a wine and paint night somewhere off-site, or do a trivia night or something like that off-site, and partner with a business so that the library can make a little bit of money but also have the program.
Are you doing any literacy programs?
Mayor, Councilor Corey, right at the moment, the Ruidoso, the adult literacy, it dissolved.
Yes, and that's what prompted the question.
And so we don't have anything that's set up for literacy, for teaching people to read. I do know that ENMU has classes that are adult basic education type classes that they were going to do their best to try to fill in that gap. But it was dissolved because it's a situation where people have difficulty admitting that or asking for help.
Sure.
And we really didn't have anyone that was wanting to utilize that program. And so we couldn't justify paying people or asking volunteers to do this if people just weren't utilizing the service.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see here. So that is all of number 4. The 5th goal is enhance current and create new, diverse, consistent, and reliable funding for the library. I'm sorry, there was one item that I missed on number 4. The library manager will work with the village management to do a reorganization of the library department. The reorganization will provide better trained employees, create upward mobility with responsibility and pay, as well as continuity and sustainability. What we're talking about here is one of the things that I'd like to do is allow library assistants to go through the library support staff certification program. And once they complete the program, to be eligible to become a library technician. And which would put them in a higher pay scale, which would help in keeping people. Right now, in the 3 top positions, you have people that are going to be there for a while. And so the ability for them to move up is not really there. So we're trying to create a way for upward mobility for people and to keep people in the library, to keep staffing, because we've had difficulty with having to replace library assistants fairly often. And so that we want more consistency and sustainability, because we do put a lot of time into training library staff. And so we would like to create that. And along with that, we would like to do a reorganization that would add, well, the youth services librarian would become a outreach and youth services program coordinator. And then we'd have a library services supervisor, a manager, and then a director. And that is the way that we would like for it to be. That's something I know that we need to discuss in budgeting at the time. But that is something that my advisory board would also like for us to look at, is just expanding things. And that's part of expanding things, is changing the structure and space for more positions as we grow. Any questions? The last goal is to enhance current and create new, diverse, consistent, and reliable funding for the library. The library manager and supervisor will partner with the Friends of the Ruidoso Public Library to ensure that at least 2 fundraising events are conducted each year. The library will partner with the Friends of the Library Board to ensure consistent coverage of the Friends Bookshop, and the library manager and supervisor will seek partners to help with fundraising activities. We'd like to hold a couple of fundraising activities a year for the library. We already do the fundraising for the summer reading program, but we'd also like to do another fundraiser because all of our programming is funded by the Friends of the Library Group. And so we'd like to do fundraisers so that we can do bigger programming.
That's all.
Denise, with that fundraising there, with the adult literacy program no longer here, and, you know, being a part of that in the past there, I think that the adult spelling bee was a pretty good success. Have you ever thought about trying to possibly institute the fundraiser, the adult spelling bee? So we've had several members here that, Ron, he was on a team. Were you on a team, Rifle?
Yeah.
One time.
Cornelius, Jackson.
That was, you know, the last one we had was at the Cream Meadows Country Club, and that was pretty packed in there.
I had it one year at Downshift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the Sacred Grounds. That was the first year.
And that was all from our library?
Pardon?
That was all through our library?
No, that was
Adult literacy.
But back, I think about 4 or 5 years ago is when the state cut out the funding for the literacy program statewide, and that's where the adult literacy got its grant and essentially paid the director out of those funds. So that's essentially when that went away, then the funding went away. There wasn't enough monies to keep it solvent. And that's when everything got turned over to ENMU with the agreement. So all the funds that we had at that time were transferred over to ENMU. But I think they did pretty good there. Everybody bought mulligans.
Mayor, Councilor Eby, I agree. That is something that we've discussed that we would like to do because it was a big event. Everyone enjoyed it and got something from it. And so that is another event that we have thought about doing.
Well, if you
raise
need some
funds.
help with that, since I've got experience in working with y'all in that particular fundraiser, then I'd be willing to help out.
Thank you, I appreciate it. One of the goals is to get with the Friends to talk about an endowment for the library so that it can be invested and make money to continuously have money to sustain programming for the library.
Is the Friends 501c3?
They are.
Yeah.
They're a 501c3, and they have the bookshop inside the library. And they have memberships, and through the memberships and the selling of books in the bookshop is the way that we've been, along with the fundraising for summer reading, is the way that we've been able to sustain programming for the
What
library.
type of revenues are they generating, do you know?
Right now, they're doing probably about 200 a month, 200 to 400 a month, depending on the month.
Okay.
And book sales at the bookshop. They do have a consistent membership of about 85 people.
And what type of books do they accept from the public?
Right now, they're only accepting hardback books, and they can't be older than 20 years, and they have to be gently used.
Okay.
Or do I have some for that?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mayor and council, one of the items that you all kind of directed us in general when we first started strategic planning with each of the boards was to figure out how to get them to become financially stable, and then to create those kinds of growth components from a revenue perspective. And so every board that we've met with has met with the foundation group, trying to figure out how to establish either growth funds, how to establish I just blanked on creating an endowment that hits a minimum of anywhere between 15 to 25,000, and then growing those so that programming can be sustained in the future, and so that it doesn't impact general fund directly. But that was the idea behind establishing those friends groups, so that there can be some of those fundraising events that would bring more awareness and more funds into the area, that would allow these departments, both at the Heritage House Museum, the library, and then others now, to be able to kind of sustain that programming that would move forward instead of directly coming from general funds. So that's kind of been the approach to those boards.
So who pays the clerk or whatever that works in that bookstore?
They are all volunteers, and most of them are through RSVP.
Wow.
And we have, I believe, about 17 RSVP members that are working there in the bookshop.
Wow.
It's all
I
maintained
didn't
by
know that.
volunteers. It's a wonderful thing, and there's folks that are tourists that come to the library just to go into the bookshop so they can buy some books. So it's a wonderful thing, and I just want to let you all know that I'm always open for ideas of expanding programming and doing things for the community.
So how do you put out, how do you advertise for the books that you're looking for? You know, the hardback, gently used, 20 years or younger. Are you doing that through what?
We usually have it advertised with a poster in the library in several different spots. If anybody asks about it, we let them know. We also make a Facebook and Instagram post. We also put it up on the library website for people to know.
Well, like, we should do something at the radio, because I know a lot of the people that listen, they're like me, they got piles of books that most of them have not been gently used, been gently read, like the cover when I bought it.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a bookshelf at the entrance there, that's free books.
Yeah.
That they're
We do.
free, because I know I've gotten them.
The ones that we don't put into the library system or that the Friends don't sell, they go on the free shelf.
Right.
And there's people all the time that are going and picking things up.
But
off
just
the
let
free
people
shelf.
know what to do with them. Because I know for a fact when my wife sells homes, there's always boxes and boxes of books that nobody knows what they're supposed to do with them, you know?
And we do have people that do that. When someone's passed away and they're going through their home, they come and they say, we have all these books, you know, can we bring them to you? And normally we ask that they only bring 3 boxes at a time. It's not that we don't want donations, that we just ask them if they only bring about 3 boxes at a time. So we have time to be able to go through them and see if we're going to put them into our system or if they're going to go to the Friends for sale.
We also have book stations. We still have those, right?
Yes, we do.
That you can put your books in and you can
Take.
take a book or just put your
Where
books
are
in it.
those?
One's located over here at
Kids Connection.
the Kids
Yeah.
Connection. We also have one in the Downs.
Yeah,
Is that at the senior center?
I think it is, yes.
And then we also have one located in Hondo. Those are my 5 goals and what we plan to do to accomplish those goals. Is there any questions?
Yeah, information. Remind me how many adult computer access for the public and how many for the teens that we have?
Right now, we have 12 adult access computers, 2 for the teens and 2 for the children's.
Okay.
Those have been whittled down because we didn't have as many people using them.
That was
So-
my next question. Have you seen the decline?
There has-
Since everybody's carrying a computer pretty much on their phone, so.
We have seen a decline in the use of the public computers. That's why we now have less than we did before, but we have lots of people using our Wi-Fi. When
Oh,
we got
yes,
new
I can-
Wi-Fi over there, we have people coming in all the time to study and to use the Wi-Fi.
Is that up 24/7 on the parking
It
lot?
is. It's up 24/7. It's good enough that you can get it in the parking lot and you can get it all the way to the fence in the back.
Okay, great.
So,
And then when your publications on magazines, do we still make a request for a certain magazine to start carrying it there, or did we just do away
if
with
people
that?
want to add a magazine, they can come and suggest a magazine, and I will see about getting it added to the collection. There's some that we have weeded from the collection that we no longer get because there were magazines that were not being utilized.
Right, and that's where, I mean, you rotate through them too. Because I
Yes.
told this one person you have to pay for it, and then that way we could all share it, but he didn't mind.
We do,
Well, you still carry Consumer Reports.
Yes, we
correct?
do.
Yeah, because that's
Yes, we
where I
do.
go, that's
we
where
still
I go.
carry about, I believe it's about 20 magazines that we still have over there. And if they're not the current issue, you can check them out and take them home.
Oh, okay, I didn't know you could check them out.
You can check them out and take them
Oh,
home.
yeah,
and bring
not
them
the
back.
current issue on the
Right.
shelf, but, okay,
Not the newest issue, but the older issues you can take with you.
okay,
So,
thank you.
you're welcome.
John?
Well, Denise, I got a couple thoughts there. You know, you talked about the conflict of the computer users and then trying to schedule certain events. Just throwing this thought out there, is there any way that we could put up like a plexiglass or clear barrier to where people go in there and it would
Muffle?
or reduce the sound coming into that area, and where you could possibly put a mic in there with a little speaker over here just to monitor to make sure there's no disturbances in there. And that would maybe help your events that you want to schedule during the day to not disturb them.
Mayor, Councilor Eby, that is something that I have thought about. At this point in time, we don't have a space that we can do that with. The way that the library was built, it's very open space, and even the area for the teens downstairs is open to the highest ceiling. We don't have a roof over top of that. So the only space that we have that we could do that with are the conference room and the archive room, to put the computers in there. But there's not space to do that in either one, and we need both the archive room and the conference room. So it would take some kind of a renovation to be able to do that. To try to figure out a way to do that because of all the open space that's there to the ceiling. There is no ceiling that's low enough to be able to box it in.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. And then another thought there with the Wingfield House, the Heritage Museum, that could you, just a thought, have books over there that are related to the history of Ruidoso, Lincoln County and such that people could check out there. And it would actually be kind of a wing of the library right there, just on the history of Ruidoso and Lincoln County. And if they didn't have a card, they'd come over and get one from you all. It's just a thought.
If they had access without having to pay, they had an annual pass because we're charging.
Mayor, Councilor Eby, that would be a wonderful idea, and it's something that I can discuss with Stephanie to see if she's got space for us to be able to do that.
Yes, because who knows, maybe shelf space about that wide with.
But it would
It's pretty
show.
tight in there already.
Yeah, it's pretty tight there. I know that we want to also work with Stephanie to do, have her do some educational programming at the library.
Yeah, we just discussed that in our board meeting, so she's gonna get with you.
Yes. So, and that was one of the reasons why we discussed a possible building at some point, because it would also be utilized by the museum for doing educational programming.
What relationship do you have with the schools as far as their libraries and pooling resources?
Mayor, Councilor Corey, right now, we do have a decent relationship with the schools. We had kind of dropped off from doing a lot of outreach at the schools when COVID hit and things started coming back, but we're starting to build those relationships back again. We do have Sarah Ames Brown, who is a teacher at the high school that is on our board, and Brenda Garcia, who works with Region 9, is also on our board.
Good.
And so we're getting better relationships with the schools. We do take flyers over there to let them know about the programs that we have going on. We have let them know that we're interested in helping them out for literacy night and math night at the different, and any events that they might have going on that they think that we might help with that event. We're more than happy to do what we can to help out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great job.
Any other questions for
Good job.
Denise? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting, too. We appreciate that.
No problem. I understand.
Chief Minner. I don't know if anybody's eating any of those peppered pralines. Woo!
Morning.
Morning.
Brought an entourage with me, so
You're back up?
I gotta bring these big guys.
I don't know, he can wrestle you.
He'll choke you.
Oh, I remember him in high school.
Screw over there.
What was it?
I'm smarter than the chair.
Yeah, I was like, what are you doing?
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Katie, you come up here too, because
Oh, yeah.
you might be questioned as well.
She's a part of this as well. So this morning I've got, as the police department's broken into three departments, as you're aware. We have the police department, we have the police administration, and then we also cover the police dispatch, or consolidated dispatch as it is now. So I'll be presenting all three of those in that order. But first I'd like to cover the purpose statement, and this covers all three as well. The mission of the Ruidoso Police Department is to serve and protect our community by upholding the laws of the state of New Mexico with integrity, compassion, and dedication. We safeguard the rights, freedoms, and property of all who live in, work in, and visit the village of Ruidoso through proactive community partnerships, professional service, and transparent accountability. Our commitment to excellence, fairness, and mutual respect guides every interaction as we work to ensure a safe and peaceful community for all.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I
Yeah,
didn't
we don't have
have
that on our list.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know
that's-
that I submitted it, but I can get you a copy for that, yes.
That's okay. That's a good one.
Thank you. Cover the organizational chart real quick, because I know there were some
So thankfully, thankfully, we had a smooth transition. Our former chief obviously had retired, and thank you, I was appointed to this position. And so I've changed the organizational chart to reflect that. Under Chief Chavez, it was set in this general, in this structure, and for the time being, I had decided to keep it in this structure. And so there's myself, obviously, and then I've got a vacant deputy chief position, which I haven't pursued at this time. Obviously, there was a lot going on between the beginning of November and now, so I've kind of put that on the back burner, but I'll be looking to do that and move forward with that pretty soon, hopefully. And a vacant administrative lieutenant position. Outside of that, I have 5 vacant patrolman positions. And I know there was a question with Cheryl about, or there was some conversation about our openings. As I have them listed as vacant on here, currently because of where we're at staffing wise, we're only working 2 different shifts. We have a day shift and we have a graveyard shift. Because of where we're at, I already had 3 sergeants, so I obviously didn't do anything with that 3rd sergeant. He's just working a modified shift, but I haven't promoted another corporal yet because I don't have a 3rd shift to put him on. Once we get those staffing levels back up, then there is a corporal position inside of those 5 patrol positions that would be there.
Chief, so you're only, I'm sorry, Greg.
Go ahead.
You're only, so they work 12 hours a day?
So that we stay within the 40-hour work week, because we really do like that setup. They are working 2 12-hour days and 2 8-hour days. And they're alternating so that there's the ones that are working 12s, the other 2 are working 8s, and then they switch so that there's always the same amount of people on the street, but they're not exceeding the normal 40 hours.
And officers like that?
So because of our staffing, obviously, I've given the lieutenant and the sergeants some flexibility in coming up with alternative schedules that work kind of for everybody, that still keep a good amount of staffing on the street, that fulfills the staffing needs, and it also keeps people from working too many hours and long shifts.
Chief, these positions you're indicating vacant, these are budgeted positions?
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, just roughly, you have a vacancy rate of 25%. That's concerning. And
Way better than it used to be.
I understood, but
Right.
it's still significant. Cheryl, do we have any idea what other communities' police vacancies look like, or maybe, Chief, you know?
So, and as I get into this, there's no real answer for why there's a shortage in law enforcement. We can blame it on all kinds of things. In the 12 years I've been here, we've never been fully staffed. I think we've been close within a couple of positions, but we've been shorthanded for the most part. I think we'd have to go back probably 15 years. We actually had more positions and there were more people, but they were fully staffed. And again, we can say it's all kinds of things about why people have left.
Right.
And we've lost people for just about every reason, so. And that's part of when we get into my goals, is the stuff that I'm gonna try and tackle, but, it's hard to keep people, and it's a nationwide thing. There are departments in the state that are fully staffed. I believe Bloomfield was one I had talked to, and there's a couple around, but I don't know I don't know that there's any real answer about why that is.
Well, for Bloomfield, probably oil and gas.
Well, so they are up there in that area, yes.
Yeah. So do we, and when I worked at the village, I tried to compile some crime statistics, and that wasn't readily available. What does our rate of crime look like in comparison to other communities?
I think we're below some of the bigger communities, obviously. I think we have our own issues, but I'll be honest with you, and in one of my goals, and when I get to my 3rd goal in this or my 2nd goal, that's one of the issues that I need to address, is how I can compile those statistics and keep track and
Yeah,
look at
because
those.
I think most of us have a sense that we live in a very safe community, and if we can statistically demonstrate that, I mean, that's something we can use to help sell tourism and
Absolutely.
people moving here, so.
we're not immune to anything. Obviously, we've had our big issues, but I think most typically, our biggest crimes are property crimes, and they have been. Being that it's vacation, typically mostly vacation homes that are here. And so those have been the biggest crimes, and drug crimes. So we've been fortunate in that respect.
And the school resource officer, Beltran, do you coordinate those activities with the superintendent, or who tells Sal what to do? You?
Sal, so we give him he's got a shift that works all week long, and he's pretty much dedicated to the schools. We don't give him direction other than he stays at the schools, handles all the calls at the schools when he's working. Then that's pretty much what he's been doing. He coordinates the things that need to happen from the law enforcement side with the school administration, and it is pretty well handled that way. Very seldom does it get outside of him and move up unless it's something bigger and we need to address it, so.
Yeah. And, I mean, he's been talking about retirement for years. It's sounding like it's getting closer to happening. Have you started thinking about how that position will be filled?
So unfortunately, I think I'm trying to talk him into staying a little bit longer. We hate to lose Sal because he's been here a long time and he's good at what he does.
Very good.
But there is that thought that if he does decide to pull the trigger on retirement, I'm looking forward to see how we can replace him. And what I'd like to do is I've got these open positions, but one of those would be to try and maybe post a school resource officer position and try and bring somebody in to put with Sal for the remaining time that he's got. Once I've got a more definite answer for his remaining time, to let them get familiar with the schools, let them see how he does things, introduce him to those people. And then that way, when he does transition out, we've got a good transition with somebody else.
Good.
And then we'll put them into all of the classes, the National School Resource Officer schools and all those other classes that they need. If they
You
don't
have
already
one
have
that
them.
wants to do it, I know.
Officer Hernandez? Officer Hernandez is kind of on
Fence?
the fence because he's actually one of those that's approaching retirement. And fairly enough, he doesn't want to commit to something to be there just for a short amount of time and then turn around and
Sure.
leave if he does decide. He's another one that I'm gonna try, obviously everybody I'm gonna try and keep as long as I can. But if I could certainly put him in that role and keep him there, that would be
Absolutely.
ideal, so.
Okay.
And then there was one correction on the staffing for dispatch. We have 3 openings instead of 2. That was a misprint on this.
Who left?
Dispatcher TCO Christian.
Yeah. He's been gone for a while.
He'd been gone for a little bit, yes. And then I do have the 2 vacant positions in the ACO side.
And so with all the change and things that we've done on return to work, we're still not having much luck on that because I thought we had somebody that was interested in the community to maybe be the resource officer if Sal left.
I haven't heard of any. I know we've had the 2 that we picked up for the return to work, and we lost one, but we've still got, we've got Officer Lund. He went through the waiver academy, made it back, so he's back to full duty as he was before. And we're still looking for others if we can find them, but we haven't had any approach us yet. I've got a feeling Officer Lund did reach out to me. He's got somebody that either did retire or is certified that may want to come to work, so
Okay.
he's working on that end of it too, so we'll see if I can get some more in.
And we have some that are in process now that are non-certified?
We've got three that just passed the testing process and put in their background packets. I think we're waiting on one more to come back. We've got 2 backgrounds already in that we're working on. We've got one, Officer Palmer, who's in the academy right now,
Nice.
so that'll be a plus. And he should be back, I believe, in April or May.
Because we've had to do a good job on vetting these because we've had some that gone all the way through the process only to
Yeah.
have issues when they got there. And so,
We've actually, I put these guys, I know these guys do backgrounds. I've been through the background class. Counselor Hooker will know exactly what I'm talking about. You got to do a good background on these guys because we found out some of our applicants have very sordid past when you start looking
Yeah.
into them and have no
Sordid
business.
past.
Criminals.
We actually had a gentleman, just a short story, that applied from Florida. He was applying as a non-certified. I don't know why he picked Ruidoso. I don't know what the reason was. He actually traveled all the way up here to do the testing process. We got his background back and actually found out that the FBI was looking into him for child pornography and all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah.
And they just hadn't actually executed search warrants on his place because they hadn't found him. So,
Black eye averted.
so thankfully, but these guys do a good job in trying to find those things out. And so we try and hire the best people that we can.
And Mayor Crawford, Councilor Corey, we had two that were, was about a year ago, went to the academy, and one didn't show up to the academy. He resigned prior to leaving to Santa Fe. And another one that it didn't work out there. He was dismissed, so.
Yeah, they called us and said, no.
Mayor and council, just a quick reference for information. The question was, what's the rate that's vacant? The National Police Association for 2024 just put out their numbers a couple weeks ago. The average rate across the United States from all 50 states reporting is roughly 10 to 15% vacancy rate annually, so.
So we're above the national.
Good to know.
But it is a nationwide and a statewide problem, and there's no real reason why. Over the last 2 years, and just to give you some history for the department specific, we've hired 7 officers and we've lost 9. So we've got a net loss of 2. With that, we had 3 terminations, unfortunately, 1 retirement and 5 resignments. From September 23 through the end of last year, we had 71 uncertified applicants, most of whom either never showed up for testing, which is a common practice. I always gave it the rule of 50 when we had people apply for non-certifieds. If we had 10 people apply and say they were going to show up for testing, come testing day, 5 of those would show up. 2 would pass, roughly 2 would pass the physical. We'd be down to 1 to pass the written, and, you know, it kind of whittles down.
Psychological and everything else.
So when you say certified and non-certified, I've never been an officer before.
That is
And I'm going to
correct.
have to go through everything. And a certified, you hire a certified, do they have to go to the academy?
So if they're an in-state certified officer,
Oh,
they've already been,
in-state.
we can take them on
Oh, okay.
right away.
Okay.
Anybody out of state, that includes military, anything that falls in, say, military police, those things we can send to the academy as what's called a waiver class. And they'll do a 2-week class, and then they can be New Mexico certified.
So a non-certified is a lot of time and energy to train
And money.
and money.
And we sign contracts with them to
And we've,
Yeah, yes.
sponsor scholarships and.
we've developed contracts for so non-certified people that we hire and certified people that we hire. If
So we
send-
have to pay for their training.
Training, yeah.
I was thinking.
And we run the risk of training them out the door.
Well, they sign a contract now. They owe us 3, isn't it, 3 years?
Well, it's a 2-year contract, but Sergeant Cruz actually brought this up to me, and we were discussing this, that on the uncertifieds, I'm looking at changing that to a 3-year contract.
Good.
So by the time they can have up to a year being commissioned without going to the academy. But we try and get them in the academy as soon as possible, which on average could be about 6 months at most. So the 6 months to get in, they're working. The academy ranges anywhere from 4 to 6 months, depending on what the director wants at that point in time. But we'll just say 6 months, but before they get out of the academy, we're already at a year, and they haven't really been any benefit to us. They'll come back to the department, they'll finish out their field training program, and then we might get 6 to 8 months out of them.
Oh,
So
my gosh, yeah.
I'm looking at extending the non-certified contract to 3 years.
Yeah.
So that gives us at least a good full year beyond the academy. 2 years for the certified, so that, because it's a 2-week waiver class, we'll get our use out of them.
So when you say contract, chief, if they leave, they've got to repay us for their
Correct.
training?
So non-certified people we send to Santa Fe, and Santa Fe only, we don't have to pay for. If we send them outside academies like Hobbs, we have to pay for those. So we send everybody to Santa Fe. That doesn't cost us, but we pay for their uniforms, we pay
Hotel
for
rooms.
Well, if they stay at the dorms, then it
Well, if
doesn't
they
cost.
stay at the dorm?
If they actually, they have to as uncertified. They have to stay at the dorms. But we pay for their uniforms, we pay for their medical, we pay for their psychological, all of their all their stuff to get into the academy.
Sure.
And then the certified people that we get, if we send them as the waiver, we have to pay for that. And that doesn't require a uniform, but it does require the medical, the psychological, all those other things if they have to go to the waiver.
So when these individuals are at academy, and I don't mean to get in the weeds, but are you getting feedback from the instructors on the people you've sent, or you just wait to see if they graduate?
We don't get feedback unless there's something
Wrong.
bad going on, which.
And that's where you heard about.
Yeah.
That was the one that we sent, that we had one call from the academy saying there were some issues. Those were addressed with the supervisor when he got back. The supervisor addressed him about those issues when he got back. He goes back up there, and then 2 weeks later, they had actually kicked him out of the academy.
Which means he's not with us anymore, so.
That's correct. So, but so as far as the contract's concerned, that's what we hold them to.
Okay. And a question, and you may be discussing this later. We talked yesterday with Cheryl about the exit interview process. You talked about 7 positions becoming 9 openings. Are we analyzing why people are leaving?
So that was prior to, I don't know what those conversations have been in the past
fair enough.
or what the results of those had been, so. But I would be interested to know, because obviously it could be a lot of reasons. Usually we'll have conversations even at the supervisor level, why people are leaving. And so we'll have some idea, but you know, what comes up in an exit interview could be totally different.
Well, I know we've lost some to the sheriff's department, and we've lost to other departments over money. And then we've hired some in the past that I'm aware of that were driving, from Roswell, you know, and it just,
Didn't have a police vehicle.
well, and do we pay for them to drive back and forth and, you know, and use our police car and all that stuff, and then it just gets to be, you know, if they're not living here. And, you know, we have officers live in Capitan and La Luz and all around, you know, that come in, but, it's, you know, it's just like everything else, it's hard. But we have lost some that have been there, and then they jump right over to the sheriff's department because he put some extra money in there.
We're still pretty competitive with salaries though, aren't we? No?
We're kind of marginal at this point. I think we're close, but I don't know as close as we could be. Things change on it. I mean, I know Cheryl had talked about the staff study that had been done 5 years ago. I don't recall, but I don't know that we were included in that specifically. I know there had been an adjustment to our pay scale in that time, but I don't know about the pay study if we were included in that. However, if you look at even just last year alone, they presented a bill in the legislature to make they do it every year, but they want state police to be the highest paid agency in the state, no matter what. And then they boosted everybody up. And I think their sergeants and above are making even their officers are maxed out at $45 an hour.
Yeah, I looked it up yesterday. They start at 37, a patrolman does an hour. And when you get up into the sergeant and captain range, it's six figures. It's
What's our starting pay?
Our starting pay as a level 1 officer is $22 an hour. Uncertified is $19 an hour. So we hire somebody uncertified, they start at $19 an hour. Once they get through the academy, they move up to $22 an hour. Then that range basically goes, our pay scale is set up based on years of experience and training hours, advanced training hours, anything above and beyond academy. So 1 year, 100 hours of training, 2 years, 200 hours of training, up to 5. And then that would be maxed out for the officer. The 5 years isn't necessarily a hard thing to do, but getting 500 hours of advanced training takes quite a while to do, because you can't just get that done in a year.
Right.
So typically, your guys that we can have 7, 8, 9-year officers who wouldn't still be maxed out coming over because they're lacking those training hours. And that's what we try and do, is get everybody the training hours. Sometimes, it's just kind of a balance. in that.
So until you get maxed out, you still make $22 an hour?
And so starting off as a level one officer, $22 an hour. And then if my maxed out, officer, my maxed out officer rate is, I believe that's 29.32. Let's see. It is 29 and change for my maxed out officers.
Katie, to start as a dispatch, what have we got that as now? Just a
We
start,
just recently changed it to starting at 22.
You better get into goal one.
Yeah, we haven't gotten very
What we're
far.
talking about.
Yeah, that's actually where we're all headed, so. Just to finish up with a couple of numbers so we stay on track here. Of the 71 people that are uncertified, we had only hired 4 and only 1 has stayed. Again, most didn't even show up, or didn't pass the testing process. From January 1 of 23 through the end of last year, we only had 22 certified applicants. And of those 22, we only had 22 and only 60 since July of 2021. We've only had 60 certified applicants. Of those 60, we hired 8 and only 5 of those have left. So, and again, there's a whole bunch of ways to approach this recruiting and retention, which is my first goal. And we'll get into that. And like I said, I've had to come up with ideas on how to approach this goal because recruiting and retention is a big thing. We're just talking about it and it's hard to keep people here or get them to come here, especially when we're being outpaced by the bigger agencies. We're never going to keep up with state police. We're never going to keep up with those guys. So what can we do to try and change this? And I've come up with some ideas to try and present looking at this. The first one, obviously, is salaries. Now, if I thought money was the answer to everything, state police wouldn't still try to be recruiting. Now, there are some issues with state police because if you go to work for state police, they're going to put you where they need you, anywhere in the state.
yeah.
Now, some people are good with that, not everybody is. But I don't necessarily think that money is the end-all be-all because, brand-new officers don't necessarily care where they go. I think they can pretty much, and right now, state police is kind of, as long as they've got the openings, they're giving you your choice of where you want to go. So money's not the whole answer to the problem. So I wanted to look at salaries as being part of that solution. The second solution that I wanted to look at was a modification of, and I said benefits, but specifically the para-contribution. I know there's some agencies that the officers pay less of the municipality picks up more of what the employee pays on their para or retirement percentage. And what that does is that's not a front end, as you're looking at the pay scale, it's not a more per hour that the officer's making, but it's a net income that they're bringing home at the end of the week. Mm-hmm. And looking at those two things, I've got to appeal to two different people, in my opinion. I've got to look at people who want to be officers, and what do they look at when they're looking for jobs? How much am I going to make per hour? And that could be a lot of people all the way through their career, but they don't necessarily understand the benefit portion of it. So the hourly is a consideration because it's going to be what's the first attractive thing they're going to look at. Next thing is some of the tenured officers that have been around that start looking at benefit packages. Now they understand. I know how much, if I'm paying 14%, which is where we're at, I know what that does to my paycheck if I'm paying that much into my retirement. And there are agencies, and I believe talking to Manager Sena, and I don't know how that works as far as home rule municipalities, but like Alamogordo right now, the officers are paying 6.5% of their para contribution.
So, Ron, conceivably treat different departments differently as far as
Mayor
retirement?
Crawford, Counselor Corey, in the past, and Rifle could attest to this, is in lieu of raises, what I was told back years ago, the village, on just the regular para for regular employees, they did pick up additional on that, so,
But what I'm saying is,
yes.
can we do one department at one rate and another department at a different rate?
I believe it's already like that, right, Cheryl? I mean, the fire has
Yes.
their retirement
Okay.
plan and
They all have a different
They're
rate.
different.
they all
Forgive
have,
my ignorance.
Yes.
the
Different,
judge has his and.
You have the police and fire exemption,
Yep.
and then dispatch, I think TCOs have a different one, and then it's all others, and it goes, it used to be 20 and 25 years, now it's 25 and 30 years.
Yep.
Police and
Okay.
fire are at 25, and all others are at 30, and then the municipal plan that you're in can be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and that can be broken out also between the different entities within.
Okay, so if you change what you're offering a new hire as far as the retirement rate, do you have to go ahead and change everybody else in the department?
So, and it wouldn't be changing the retirement necessarily, it's just changing how much the village picks up on the percentage, but it would apply to the whole department,
Okay,
correct?
so it becomes retroactive.
So it would, yeah, it would, yes, sir, it would include everybody.
Okay.
Not retroactive from this point.
Not
on,
retroactive, but just, yeah,
Well,
from here on.
everybody.
But you gotta,
You know, all inclusive.
yeah, you understand
Yeah.
what I'm asking.
Well, you could submit that in your budget, and then we could look at the difference.
Absolutely, yes. And as I read it, as I was reading the handbook, I believe the municipality can pick up to 75% of what the employee contribution would be. Not that that's what I would be proposing, obviously, but as a proposal to try and entice somebody, not only for retention, but for recruiting purposes as well. The third thing I've got on here is the take-home vehicle radius, which I know had been addressed or brought up in the past. And so I did bring Sergeant Caruth. He is actually attending a class, and he's actually had to do a staff study as a part of that class. And this was the topic he actually did the staff study on. So I would give it to him for just a minute to give a summary basically of what his staff study came up with. And I know that's not entirely a financial thing, that's also a policy issue, because the policy right now says 20 miles from the village limits, 20-mile radius from the village limits. So
Which does
that,
it go to La Rosa?
not quite, it doesn't quite get to Hondo either. The only thing that really does include is Capitan, Ruidoso Downs,
Carrizozo?
Lincoln.
not Carrizozo.
Those are 40.
45.
Lincoln, depending on where in Lincoln, because we did have an officer that was just outside of it in Lincoln, and that was right near, I'm sorry, you just said is the actor, Farnsworth. That was
Farnsworth.
near his place
Ranch,
out
yeah.
there,
Yeah.
and that was borderline on the 20
Yeah,
miles,
but
so.
that's because he did a little pin right here and then did a circle. It wasn't straight line distance, or it was straight line distance, not road distance.
So radius is radius.
For creativity.
Yeah, but you,
And what drives that radius? Is that insurance related?
That was the policy since I've been here, so I don't know what the driving force or how that was determined before then. Looking at other departments, I could cite other departments, like Rio Rancho has a 70-mile take-home vehicle radius. Alamogordo just went to 65, because they've got officers who are living in Chaparral and I think El Paso.
Paso.
So they're actually bringing people in that live that far out.
And
As a
they're
recruiting
taking
thing.
their units.
And that's the take-home,
Right,
take-home
that-
unit,
I mean,
yes.
yeah, that's, because I've seen a couple of times being down that way, and
Right.
I was thinking they were taking prisoners to the prison, but then I realized, oh, no, they're working
Right.
there.
So, if you'd indulge Sergeant Cruz for just a second, I think he's got the number.
Talking on the mic here.
Don't be scared.
They'll shock you.
So I did, because I was aware that we did have a recruitment and retention problem. And like you said, taking this class, I decided to do something to be, I could work on in my class, but also work on for the department. So identified one of those problems as being the take-home radius. And currently as our policy is, it is 20 miles. It isn't a straight line as a crow flies, meaning anywhere from the village limit, from their straight line, not driving distance. So all of the municipalities within the current radius, as you probably know, have a pretty high cost of living, to include Ruidoso Downs, Capitan even, and of course Alto. Currently, there's low to no available rentals. The actual percentage, I looked up, I did a lot of research online, not just from one source, from several sources. Currently, our village sits at 60% is rentals, but most of those are Airbnbs, so they're not really available for any incoming officers to our community. Another, I don't want to say issue, it's just that we don't have much of a young crowd in this town. It's primarily retirement and tourism community. So a lot of the younger generations that are graduating, they're leaving. They're not staying here in Ruidoso. Let's get that. Just to get into the cost of living that we have right now. And I pulled numbers from several sources to try to come up with an average. And right now, in order for a single worker, say living in a 2-bedroom apartment, it's gonna cost around $72,000 a year just for that single person, not including officers that may be coming up here with a family. So currently, I mean, even our topped out patrol pay isn't gonna meet that need. Right now, the median market for a home in Ruidoso proper, you're looking at $489,000. If you look at Capitan, a median market for a home is $301,000. And even Carrizozo is $250,000 median price home. If you look at rent in Ruidoso, prior to the South Fork fire, we're looking at about $2,150. That's increased to $2,500 a month.
It's for a 2-bedroom.
Correct. Even a studio right now, so a little 1-bedroom, 1-bath studio is running about $1,800 a month. Even the median rent in Capitan, you're looking at $1,650, and in Carrizozo actually increases. I mean, that's outside of our current radius, but just to give an example of some of the closer surrounding communities, you're looking at $1,795. So what I looked at was pushing the radius to a 40-mile straight line radius as a crow flies, which would get us almost to Bulls Acres on the other side of Alamogordo. There would be really no, unless we're looking at pushing into like Roswell, there's no benefit in going beyond that, so that's why we stopped at 40, because that's gonna get us into Tularosa and Alamogordo. Even Cloudcroft would be an option. But in looking at Alamogordo numbers, you know, the price drops drastically. Median price for a home in Alamogordo is sitting at $216,000, and you're looking at about $1,400 per month. And that's for an actual home, not even an apartment. Tularosa drops even more. You know, if they want to buy a home, you're looking at a median price home, $151,000, and much more affordable rent at $1,100. Let me get through my slides here to see what I want to talk about next. All right. So part of that study also included like what's the impact going to be to our fleet. I can't really put a number on how many people would utilize the 40-mile radius, but at least like for instance, the 3 that have applied, 2 of them are from El Paso. So if they had that option there to live in Alamogordo or Tularosa, where it's a little more affordable, but they could drive. So I looked at just the annual mileage that it's going to be, you know, from the PD to the furthest point on the other side of Alamogordo. So that one single unit, you're going to add 18,432 additional miles per year, just that drive back and forth. So per unit, that cost and additional fuel maintenance, and even including a tire budget, you're going to look at a annual increase of $4,307 per unit. And that's depending on how many people actually utilize. You know, living in Alamogordo or Tularosa, I can't imagine that the guys that are here, you know, are going to use that. I think most of them own homes. Not saying that they wouldn't, but at least we get a lot of applicants coming in from El Paso. So I think that, you know, if we did increase the radius and it's much more affordable, then at least the option's there for them. And maybe it'd help us retain some of these guys, recruit them and retain them.
Detective, are the officers, they're not on the clock when they're driving
Yeah,
home?
Mayor Crawford,
weren't
Councilor
before.
Corey,
that was a big issue we had in Roswell, was he was being paid from
For
the time he got in his driveway until he drove over here. That's been some years back, but it's not being done now.
and Mayor Crawford, I can tell I was one of those guys that was driving and I wasn't getting paid. Leaving the house, I didn't get paid until I got here and went 10-8. And actually, just to speak on that, myself, an officer, one of the other officers, were both driving back and forth. And eventually now we've both moved, you know, I've moved into the valley and he's moved up here. So it's not to say that even, say we open up the radius and initially they stay in Alamogordo, it's not to say that they may get tired of driving that and decide, you know, whenever the time comes and they can afford to move up closer, that, you know, they'll move
would.
up closer.
So they're off the clock once they leave the village?
Correct.
So, and just to speak on that real quick, as far as, you know, you're not wrong on, you know, an individual from Roswell, so that was Sergeant Caruth. But the reason that he would get paid is because he would be called out, and that goes for anybody, depending on where you're at. As soon as you get called out, you become on the clock at that point.
Right.
And then as you're responding, you're getting paid. So that was the only time. And with the other officer, unless he was called out, that was the only other time he got paid. Is when he got city limits is actually when the clock starts.
Lieutenant, help me out. What does that mean, getting called out?
So, detectives are subject for call-out, so
Yeah.
depending on any event that happens that needs their assistance, they're normally off. So that's their time off, and if you're getting called back to respond on duty, then, you know, that's basically a call-out. So essentially, you're required to come out to help out with
So
whatever
in those
investigation.
cases, they would be paid?
Correct, and right, as it sits right now, like, we have, different detectives that take turns that are on call for the week, so they get paid for standby hours, and then as soon as they get called, you know, that basically means you can't leave, you can't have any drinks, you can't do anything, you gotta stay available, you gotta be on the phone. So if you get called out, at that point, then, you know, you start getting paid that overtime rate, or, you know, however it works for the 40-hour.
By policy, it's a 2-hour call out. So whether you get called out and you're there for 30 minutes, if you're off, then you're getting a 2-hour minimum for being called out. So that does cover the travel time.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, apologize, I was just saying.
No,
like,
no, no,
nor-
it
you know,
was,
normal,
it's not that, it's just that when we're figuring all this in, that something's gonna have to be done, so they need to figure that when these guys are there, that we need to make sure that we put that in there, because we always budget financially more liberal for these things, and so we need to make sure that we think about these things when they do get called, they do whatever, that we've got that in there so we don't run over budget and then have to look, because all that needs to be figured in, because we're gonna have to make something happen
Sure.
to do those things. But I know, right now, when we have on call in other departments where they have to carry the phone, don't they get paid something
They
extra
have
just for
the,
carrying?
yes, they have a callback.
Yeah, because
we
it,
do a
I mean,
callback.
just
Is
if
that
you're,
a stipend or?
It's a certain rate that we do.
we pay so much an
Yeah.
hour,
Yeah,
because when you're the guy that could get the call, you're not off.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so that needs to be figured in, that those people that are on the call status may or may not, but that needs to be addressed too. So when these guys are talking about the wear and tear on the vehicles, that's a given, we know.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a lot of highway miles, and everybody always talks about that, so we understand the vehicles, but they keep them until the wheels fall off them anyway. Then we put them at the airport.
Real quick, Mayor, just to speak on that, so I did speak with individual he's a lieutenant out of Santa Fe. And so I was just, picking his brain as far as the drive home and the radius and things like that. And what he found and what his agency has found, and we can get, statistics if we need to on it. But, those individuals that were driving further were actually, all the lubricants that the vehicle needs to make it run better, it was actually getting that with that drive, that long distance driving.
That highway
It was
driving.
knocking down the idle hours that were causing, a lot of difficulties for those vehicles. So it's actually improved their fleet. as
I
far
imagine
as-
the brakes lasted longer too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Detective, once again, so if you're on call-out duty, let's just say you're in Bulls Acres,
Okay.
do you go on the clock when you get that call? And so all the way to Ruidoso and then all the way back?
And if it's something that he sets up or they have to do whatever, it's a minimum of 2 hours.
Right.
And it's gonna be that, an hour, back and forth.
Right, so if you're in Ruidoso and you get called out and it takes 30 minutes, you get 2 hours.
Yeah.
I get it, yes, that's good, okay.
Yeah.
And so I got one question there, Detective Ruth and Chief Minner, is you mentioned that you had 3 applicants coming from El Paso that applied here. Now you're talking about the 40-mile straight line radius. So my question is, and also the cost of living in different communities, is I think you alluded to possibly that we would have some of the force here present now that might choose to move to a lower cost of living area and then try to take advantage of this. So do you have an idea of how many might do that?
I was alluding to the fact that most of the guys that are with the department already own a home, so I didn't imagine them taking advantage of that.
Yeah.
I was just, I think I might have said, I'm not saying that one of them might decide, hey, I want to move down Alamogordo, but I don't think that that's a very high probability. I think everyone that's here is going to stay here where they're at. It's just more of an option to help these guys coming in have a little more affordable living.
But let's face it, driving 2 hours to work in the morning is not the easiest thing in the.
No, I'd much rather
So they're gonna wanna get
do a little
closer.
less to do that driving time myself. But with that, so essentially you're saying that it's about 4,000 plus change on the wear and tear and gas per officer with the vehicle.
And I calculated that just for 4 shifts going back and forth, so 4 days out of the week. So it's not gonna include if there is a call out or something like an all call and everybody's gotta come up. That was just specifically just the mileage to and from the PD, 4 days a week annually.
In that you monitor the mileage when they come, say, off duty, and then when they leave and come back, say, for the week, or so they're not using their cruiser for other, say, mileage while they're gone?
Well, he still has a gas card that they have to put mileage in all the time.
Correct. We did have a policy for a short time where officers could use their vehicles off duty for personal things, and that may be something to look at in the future, because I know there's other departments that do that. However, that would not be an option if we even brought that back for anybody that lived outside a certain radius, because that's not a benefit to the village at that point. It's not a personal vehicle. The idea behind somebody using it for that purpose is that it benefits the village while they're out there, because they are acting as a deterrent, if you will. Not that anybody knows they're not working, it's just another police vehicle that's driving around. But if we had to, we could audit them just as we would anybody else based on their fuel and mileage consumption, or mileage and fuel consumption.
I know I and others love to see police cars in driveway.
Well, and I get calls all the time. I'm here and one of our police cars is there. And I said, well, I think they live there,
Yeah,
or
but I
they
hear.
may be in Carrizozo at court. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I get calls all the time. Why is our car here or there, in Albuquerque, and they're at the academy.
Chief, that when we're coming back from Albuquerque, you said your officer was getting uniforms up in Albuquerque for.
So, people watching, it's just
Oh,
nice
yeah.
that if we put that out there, because everybody wants a strong police force. And, and this is what it's gonna take.
Yeah.
Chief, how many of your personnel are in village workforce housing?
we don't have any in workforce housing right now. I think our last person that we brought up, and it was since workforce housing, I think was Amasquita, and he wasn't in there. We hadn't had anybody put in workforce housing yet.
And again, Ron, there's no way we can partition some of these homes for village only, or?
I think that's
we
gonna
have
be up
leave
to
it
the
open to everybody?
way we have it with our property manager, but that'd be a council
Yeah, well,
decision.
yeah, well, I mean, that's something that we need to look at on the 72 units.
Yes, sir.
Is that when we put down a policy, because we talked to, what's her name? Kylie.
Yep.
Is to have priorities.
Yep.
You know, that's for the overall benefit of the community.
Right,
Yep.
okay.
And so we could discuss that and work out a percentage
Yeah.
of that.
You
Definitely.
have other communities around the state and the country that, when you go into apartment complexes, condominiums, that kind of stuff, they give benefits to officers, whether there's some upwards of free
Yeah.
living there just to have the unit and the
Yeah.
presence.
Kind
and
of
they have
like
to
teachers.
walk around and do a check every now and then, but
Well,
that's a benefit in some places.
That would be a great benefit for the facility, is to have
Well, we've broached
police
that
personnel living.
with a couple of them in town because they have had a lot of calls in those areas, Apple Tree and whatnot in the past, with Mr. Duke about making one of those to refurbish it where it's top notch and offer that up at a severe discount to have the police car parked there all the time. But then, I don't know if an officer, I don't know if I'd want to live there, you know, with all the neighbors that you got. I mean, you're never off work. You know, and I just don't think that's, I mean, it might be an option to somebody, be attractive, but personally, I'd want to be somewhere where people don't know, you know.
Europe. Understood.
Department equipment up before you leave home.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, we've talked to them in the past about that, and they've expressed interest, but then I thought in retrospect, I wouldn't want to put our guys in that spot. So we've just got to figure out a way, because these are going to be nice, both of them, that we have some available for that can offset that, because you're talking minimum of $4,000 or $5,000 a year that you add to that, so figure that in the equation. And so we just need to be smart and look outside the box of how much you get paid an hour, and that's the end of the story. And so we've got to figure, and we've been kicking these things around for a long time, and we make little changes here and there to try to get there. And it all revolves around that percentage of our total overall budget of what employee pay and benefits cost the village, over 73% of our budget. And so it gets to a point of, it's not, we all want to do it, but how do we sustain it? And that's the things we got to figure out. And that's why at the league, we're always pushing bonuses, you know, like when we pushed the return to work, the employee retention, all those things that we pushed, you know, that was up to $12,000 or whatever last year. Wasn't it around 12?
Yep.
And then we still had some that left on that, you know, that we're having to collect on that. So anyway, we've got to figure it out.
He hasn't finished his report.
Send it.
So I just have one more thing I was gonna add. I know that Chief Minner already brought up APD. They did expand their radius to 65 miles. I'm in the class I'm with one of their lieutenants, and he did tell me that as soon as they expanded that, they picked up 6 people.
That's
4 from
Alamogordo PD, not
Alamogordo, correct,
Albuquerque.
I'm sorry. So Alamogordo picked
For
up
distinction.
4 out of Las Cruces and even 2 out of Hatch, just because, I mean, that was within the, so they're
Oh my
allowing somebody
gosh.
2 all the way from Hatch.
Wow.
That's a long way.
Otero County, I mean, their county line is right next to us, but you can go 30 miles beyond that from any direction from their county line. And then LCSO has actually expanded theirs to 30 miles from the county line. So all of these other agencies within the 12th. they've
Already
got a
done it?
Really, broad area that all their guys can live in. But just to add that, it did help APD with their recruitment, right, like almost immediately. So that's all I got.
That's good information. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, it's not, so my approach to this is multifaceted. I'm not leaning on money for all of it. That's not the answer to everything. When I'm looking at this, some of the other solutions I've got are, I want to put somebody in a recruiting position, like maybe that administrative lieutenant, to be able to do recruiting. And what I want is, I want somebody that's going to have the time to be able to go to these job fairs and talk to people and work with people. Expanding the radius is a good thing. As far as Holloman, it gets us to, when they out-process the guys from Holloman, the guys are coming out that are in OSI, those guys are a possibility of getting into I think OSI was, I don't know, they are available for the Waiver Academy. But even if they're not, some of those guys are coming out of the Air Force that already have homes. They've been in Alamogordo for a while. But with that, the out-processing, I've got somebody that can attend those and talk to those people. I'm working with Carrie on changing our website, because our website's has been for a lot of years, very generic, and it doesn't really tell you anything about the department. I've sat down with Carrie, and I want, again, this person, whoever I put in recruiting, to head this up, but to change our website to be more of a recruiting website. If you look at Albuquerque PD, if you look at Farmington, you go to their department website, and it's more of a recruitment. It shows you who they are, what they do, and how to apply and how to join. And one of the ideas from Farmington that I've got is this recruiter I'm gonna put an interest card on there. And if somebody wants to apply, they fill out an interest card. That goes straight to the recruiter. That recruiter's gonna call them and say, this is who we are, this is what we do. What can we do to help you through this process?
Yep.
Because there's a different generation of people out there now. And we have to appeal to all of them. And I think we in the past, haven't done a very good job of showing people our interest in them. And we need to show them, look, this is what you're gonna have to do, not just show up on this date and test. This is what you're gonna have to do. Can you do that now? And if you don't know, let's go find out. And if you can't, let's get you there. Let's walk you through the process and see if we can help you. One of the other things is changing our messaging a little bit with the guys that I do have recruiting and I stole this, it was very good from the Marine Corps recruiter that came to the law enforcement conference, is, yes, I want to show these people that we're interested, and for all these years, he could tell you better, he gave us a good presentation on it. The armed forces, the other branches have not met the recruiting numbers. And arguably, they all start at the same rate. It doesn't matter which branch you go into, if I'm correct, Counselor. So why is it that the branch that gets treated the worst and is usually the first ones in, why are they the ones that have met their numbers every year? And it's because they've built on a tradition of pride and excellence.
Reputation.
Those are the things that I want to bring to the department to help in that recruiting effort. And I think and I've had this conversation before too, is I'm not selling a job. I want to sell service to the community. If you're going to live here, do you want somebody else in here taking care of this community, or do you want to be one of those individuals?
Yeah.
And so there's a whole messaging thing in that as well. It's not just the money aspect. We need to change how we're approaching these people and how we're looking for them and what we do and who we look for.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact you're trying to think outside the box. My experience in the private sector and hiring people is there's been a change in what applicants are seeking. You know, years ago, it was primarily salary. Now it's increasingly quality of life. We have a wonderful community. Selling those attributes to an applicant makes sense.
Yes. And that's the thing, is it's just trying to find those different things. And again, I can't take credit for all of these. Obviously, Sergeant Cruz did a lot of work on his end of this. Some of these ideas have come from the others in the department. Because if there were any one person that had the ideas, there would be a lot of departments that wouldn't be short-staffed, so. And so that's my first goal. I wouldn't say in a nutshell, because that's been quite a bit more than that, but if there are any questions, those are the things that I would be looking for or trying to look at this year.
Well, it looks like to me y'all have taken a lot of time in preparation to think outside the box. So I appreciate that.
So what would the timing be if, for example, you wanted to pursue increasing the radius? Does that have to wait till budget time, or is that something you can advocate?
You could do it now.
I think that I could approach that now as a policy change, because I think between now and the end of fiscal, I think the budgetary impact would be very minimal. I mean, I don't know how many people we would actually get on board before then.
Right.
So I don't know that there would, and even at that, it would be minor at best, even if we did get a couple people in, so.
But why stop, I mean, why not make it where you could live in Roswell? I mean, 40 miles, you couldn't go that way.
There's been the discussion before, and I think it had been presented in the past to expand it to 70. I think, actually, we would have to go to about 75 to get far enough inside Roswell that would cover enough of Roswell to actually get somebody that, I mean, catch most of Roswell. And, I mean, we could figure the numbers on that. Obviously, if we went to 40, you could double that and just call it 80. We could just double the numbers financially of what the impact would be. But we've got to look at it again, too. There is.
But that number's not static. I mean, you could start at 40 and, if you felt you needed to go to Roswell, you could always do that later.
And I think we've done that on a case-by-case basis. There's been exemptions, obviously Sergeant Caruth and Officer Witt were those officers that were, with the approval of the manager and the chief, that they were allowed to live in Roswell until they were able to find accommodations closer. And so I don't know.
That 2-hour minimum, we're not really penalized if they lived in Roswell versus Tularosa, because we're having to pay them anyway. It's, okay.
Any questions?
Come on, let's go. Beating the horse to death.
I'm sorry.
No, that's just me voicing my opinion. You're
These
doing a
are,
great job, Chief. I'm just,
The rest of these go pretty
He's
quick.
talking about us.
well, no, it's just the frustration. It's my frustration because I've sat there and I know exactly what you're saying. I've said all this stuff before. I don't have the answer. He doesn't have the answer. We don't have the answer. It's systemic that there's people that don't want to be cops anymore.
Right.
That's
Just
it.
like teachers.
There you go. Why? If I can go sit at home, you mean I can have a job where I can
Work from home.
do this and do all that? Why do I want to go get yelled at? Why do I want to go get videoed? Why do I want to be called to the carpet? Why do I want to potentially die?
No,
So, that's all.
And I can give you one more extreme, and I say this is an extreme because I would view this as the exception and not the rule. There is an avenue that we can hire 18-year-olds and put them through the academy. But we've hired 25-year-olds that didn't quite have their act together. So, but rightfully so, we put 18-year-olds in the military, we give them a gun and say, here's your job, go do it.
exactly.
The exception would be the exception and not the rule. It would be one of those, we can recruit out of the high school, but I want somebody that, I want the cream of the crop, top of the list, not somebody that's got their act together. But that's not something that's been on the radar. That's just one of those things that we could look at. I'm not necessarily pushing for that just yet.
Mayor, Chief, I just want, medically speaking, I would like to address that a little. The prefrontal lobes really don't develop in the male until you're 25, and those are the centers for judgment. I can remember almost being 19. I'm not sure I would have the wherewithal to make, sound judgments, weigh consequences, but I appreciate the idea, but I think it's a cautionary tale, I think.
Yeah,
The other
but
thing I wanted to
40-year-olds are like.
Well, I'm not saying, you have idiots, I mean, I can't do anything about that, but I am saying across the board developmentally, that is the case.
Yeah.
And the Europeans figured it out a long time ago. They do not encourage marriage before 25, not that it makes a big difference down the road, but one of the reasons is that. And the other thing I wanted to kind of touch on a little bit as I listened, and I think it is perplexing, and it isn't just in law enforcement, it's in medicine, it's in support personnel. one of the things that comes back on you when you interview is that the question that I would get was, well, what's in it for me? You know, how are you going to change your department to meet my needs, you know, for time off or for, and I don't know how to address that because the work ethic is either in you or it isn't. And that's a kind of a crap throw in terms of interviewing because everyone puts on their party dress and has their best behavior, you hope. And so I can appreciate that there is that issue as well. Thank you.
And if I can just real quickly add, sorry. I think looking nationwide as far as law enforcement, we can sit there and try to figure that out. But the real question is figuring out why are we losing everybody within this place that are going to the SO I can account for 7 that went to state police from this community that still live here. And, that's the question we need to figure out, not nationwide. Why are we losing our department to these other agencies? And I think that's what we're, discussing, trying to tackle at that point.
It's because you're working them too hard, Lieutenant. You're making them do their job and stuff. That happened to me in parks with our laborers. They would go to the airport or something else because they had a kickback back there. That's just my observation.
And with that, I'll move on to my second goal, which covers equipment and software. We need to purchase a new RMS, and we're in the process of trying to figure that out, a new report management system for the police department. Our current one is outdated, and I've been looking at this for a while. We've received several quotes from several companies on how this works. But to your point, Councilor Corey, about the crime statistics, our report management system should be able to compile those, and we are required by the state to report those monthly to the state. That in turn also gets reported to the FBI. And it's called NIBRS. It's National Crime Incident-Based Reporting System. What happens is this system is outdated and it doesn't do that. And I've been fighting with this company for over a year now to try and get this fixed. And to the point that I've included Zach Cook on some of the emails about breach of contract just because they're not holding up their end of the deal on maintenance. So we had done the research and we're looking at a new RMS system. It was called Mark 43. And that's what we're trying to push right now to get upgraded and our software and equipment. We just recently got the new Village servers put in, which was good. I got a new server rack to put all that in. Systems MD is working on our new WatchGuard server, which is our server that carries all of our in-car and body camera videos. We had to upgrade that so that we can get the new cameras because they don't make our cameras anymore, the ones we're using. Body cameras I can buy and then also get reimbursement from Municipal League on. So that's a good thing, and I can update all of our body cameras. That's in the process now. This will be kind of the third portion of it that'll upgrade our report management system for the department.
How'd you come across this particular software package?
Everybody in the state uses something different, so there's no standard. I came across this one. Albuquerque PD uses it. State Police literally just went to it, I want to say this last year. And there's several other agencies that use it and I'll be honest with you, 90% of the platforms out there do the exact same thing. It just depends on, I won't want to say exactly which one you prefer. Some of them are site-based where you have to have a server to carry all this information, which is where we're at right now. And when I started evaluating these things, Mark 43 is cloud-based. So that does give us the option of the officers being able to get information in their in-car computers. They can handle some of this stuff from there and not have to be at the office, but it also keeps the server from being one of those obstacles where if it plugs up, slows down, or ever becomes a problem, that we have to replace it. And we don't have to purchase one now to carry that information. So we were looking for a cloud-based solution, and this was one. It also gives us the ability for any other agency that carries or uses the same software that semi-communicate with each other. So if we're dealing with somebody down here, we put them in the system, in our database. It'll tell us if Albuquerque PD has anything on them, or we can almost share those.
So the one that's in your car now, does it talk to that?
No. We don't have a way to tie into the report management system from our our in-car computers.
Is that statewide, nationwide, or?
No, that's just with the system we're using right now. So anybody that's on Mark 43 would have that ability. And I think even a lot of the ones that do the site-based, where you have to have a server, will give that option, but you're signing into a website almost, and then, so like right now, if you go to my office, I can get into my report management system, but it's housed on the server that's at Consolidated Dispatch. So there's a considerable lag because it has to go all the way to the Horton and then come all the way back, on top of the fact that it's just slow software to begin with. So being cloud-based, it kind of gives you a little more instant access to what's available.
Can I add something real quick? With the Mark 43, what I found that was very, going to be useful for everybody in the field is there's a certain that only law enforcement can view. So if any officer dealt with that individual and they were violent towards them or suspected of carrying guns, or last time they dealt with them, that immediately pops up. So when they run this individual, it's an officer safety checks and balances as
What they're
well.
walking into.
Yep, and that's if Farmington dealt with them or APD dealt with them and they experienced that. Those are notes that they could put in there that all agencies with Mark 43 can view real time.
Mark 43 is the one?
Yep.
And that's the one that we had researched and we're pushing for.
Yeah, that's pretty sharp.
It is, and I'll get into this for the dispatch, but it is the same company that'll do the computer-aided dispatch for dispatch. It's just
So how does this gonna work? Because everybody's talking about short-term rentals and all the complaints gonna be logged at the police department, and we're gonna keep track of all this. How's that gonna interface with what y'all are doing? If you're called out on a complaint, and we're keeping track of those so that we
So-
can jerk licenses?
It'll give us a better way of compiling statistics. We can look up calls for
Through
service.
Mark 43?
Yes. So when we set it up, we'll have a better way. So with the CAD portion of it, Katie will head up that portion of it as far as setting it up and how that's implemented. So when we and then we'll have our side of it that we'll set up. We'll be able to pull statistics specific to how many, to your point, burglaries have we had? How many nightly rental calls have we had? And we can even do crime mapping. We can do all of that stuff with this software. So I think that'll give us a faster option, because as it sits right now, to pull nightly rentals, it was gonna take a while to go through all the cards, right?
Basically, I just pull up loud music and noise disturbance calls, things like that, because we don't always know that it's a nightly rental. But I just pull up the noise disturbances and then I go to the GIS map and I look up the address and go, okay, this is a nightly rental, and then I send it over to the short-term.
So Michael, how's all this gonna work? Because that's one of the selling points to the public is we're gonna have some sort of call number that, from short-term rental complaints. So how's that, we're talking about different,
So we're actually talking about two different systems. Now, what we can do is make sure
no, but we're
that.
talking about one person answering the phone, right?
No, so there's still going to be a person on the other end, which is what we're paying for the nightly rentals software that picks up.
Oh,
And
so that company has the operator?
Yes, so when they call that number, it won't actually infuse with
police
dispatch, so it won't disrupt any of their services. Part of the other component is so that they don't have to send anyone out and divert from whether there's a burglary or anything else. Part of the discussion that P and Z will have in this next week on their session is with that fee that was established, it will also fund basically a 24-hour response piece that's like a code component, that will be the enforcement piece, that will be the responding
And who's
piece.
gonna do the enforcement piece?
That's going to be a village employee that will be dispersed from that calling.
Dispatched
Yes,
on
from
the
that
weekend.
calling, yes, sir.
But it won't be a.
It will not be through here.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
goal. What we will do and what we can do, though, to make sure that they have the same information that we do on reports, loud music, and things like that, we can make sure that the reporting piece is integrated into your component, whether it's through a flat file or whatever. So if you need short-term rental data and to be able to match it up or align it, we can make sure that it
Okay,
fits.
that wasn't clear to me in the conversations we had last night.
Yes, sir.
Everybody kept looking like dispatch it was gonna be dispatched, and so this is a whole nother entity, like a
Yes, sir.
security officer or
Yes, sir.
something that would be sent out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna, good luck finding that one.
Question on your Mark 43 you're talking about, does it tie in the CAD back to fire personnel responding, structure size, structure type, hydrants in the area, GPMs, all that kind of stuff? Does it go into there? Because y'all could potentially have that, right? Oh, okay. But would it CAD into their units if possibly?
There may be an option to integrate that in. That would be a Mark 43 discussion, because they can integrate in, say dispatch wanted to go with Mark 43 for their CAD, and we went with another, say Spillman, which is a Motorola company. They can integrate those two so that the dispatch information goes directly into the report management stuff. It's just, obviously, it's more fees, more stuff like that, so that's why we kept ours together, but that may be an option that fire can integrate their dispatch stuff into the computer-aided dispatch as well.
Their dispatch is we. We're all one dispatch. You dispatch fire department.
Yeah, their information is the dispatch, yes.
Yeah, they just have different software probably, I guess.
Yeah, they have a different software program they use.
We have to do our own, like, log all our own stuff, so if we have our stuff logged in something, we would have to get them to put into their software.
I mean, it would be so awesome, you know, like with City Works or something, that all of these things are comprehensive, but everybody has their specialized, that does an interface. And then if this one becomes obsolete or they don't take care of their business, like what we've had in other departments.
Which is kind of where we're at with the system we're on now, Sleuth. I was trained on this system back in 2005.
I remember Sleuth was a ticket.
It was, and it's
Yeah.
changed hands, I think, 4 times
And that's
since I
what,
first
that's
learned
what
it.
happens. Somebody buys them and doesn't have the same.
So,
One item I will bring up during this discussion, and I'm not sure if you all are tied to this, Chief, but I think a bigger concern that I had during the 911 redo is the recommendation that the consultant had for us as we were redoing all of the streets in general was for PD, fire, and anyone else through a CAD response system to be on the same system.
Yeah.
And so I think that may be something that needs to be taken into consideration as we do this. Again, I'm not sure if PD and Chief, you're tied to moving towards this program. Obviously, good systems cost money. And as we make those changes to the streets, as we make those changes to response, some of the identifications and issues that were brought up by that committee were in fact, oh, well, we know that it's past the third fire hydrant by the burnt tree or whatever the case is, instead of 126 XYZ Street. And so a CAD system really should drive what that looks like. It may not necessarily provide the same reporting information or detail that they're looking for, and there usually is a secondary system that's run to do their reporting. But I do think that council may have to look at a larger, more robust system, especially as we do the 911 change and roadway transition, to maybe better service not just the community, but both departments as a whole, so that they have the best tool. That's definitely a heavy price tag.
Well, and that's more of a long range.
Yes.
I mean, I fully understand the need for all but I also would worry that we're not addressing his needs today because we're banking on, a centralized system down the road.
Well, but this is the conversation we have every year, that some department within the village system isn't talking to this system anymore. This one's become obsolete, but we're expecting them to have the information that we're telling everybody on STLs that we're trying to fix.
What my comment would be.
We had a consolidated dispatch that dispatches fire department and police department, but they're on different systems. And so we keep enhancing this system and this system and this system, and then we never, it just seems, I don't know why there's not a comprehensive system.
At some point in all communities, there's a point where I think you're at, and you say, we need a comprehensive system. And you draw a line in the sand, and you look at it and say, we're gonna go out and do that ERP rebuild. Those are huge lifts.
Yeah.
And they take 2 to 3 years to actually work. I've been part of 3 of them. I was part of one in, County of El Paso, I was part of one with the city of Dallas, and I was part of one with the city of El Paso. Those took 2 to 3 years to do. But it has to be a commitment, and just like Councilmember Corey said, it's long-term, but at some point, you have to draw the line in the sand to say, this is when we're going to commit. And I think you're starting to hear it from PD, you'll probably hear it from fire. We're redoing everything from city works, and we're looking at public works systems right now because they're not working for us in the field. So all of us are dealing with the software issue. And it's gonna be something you've either heard from or will hear from departments on how do we fix it.
How much did that, short-term rental software?
Almost 200 grand, wasn't it?
It's $130,000 bells and
30
whistles.
A year.
You know, Mayor, I take some comfort in the fact that what Chief's proposing is only 33.
Yeah, no, it's super cheap, but we have, relatively speaking, but it's what they're getting is what we need because the system that they have in their vehicles with the computer where it prints out they don't have to write all this anymore. That was a big step at that point, but it doesn't sound like it's all integrating into the system that we're telling the public that we're working on short-term rental issues and how those are logged and maintained. Because right now, when they ask, I don't remember even who the officer was or when it was, but we really don't know how many calls that house has had.
Yeah.
You know, because when we went by, there was really nothing going on. We didn't get up and go knock on the door. We didn't see anything or hear anything. And then the neighbor calls upset, wanting to know when are they getting thrown out. And so and that's what we're selling is that the information that's there is logged and recorded. So when the officer pulls up out front, they somehow have the information in front of them that we've had issues here at this residence, or this is one of those party houses that the neighbors are tired of.
And Mayor, to your point, I mean, there's been times where Katie's pulled all of the cards on loud noises, and I was like, how many did this house have? And it was a large lift for them to have to go back, look at the cards, make sure they could tell. And it was, you know what, there's only 12 of these types of calls, but this house was X. Where versus a system where you could
It'll
do a
tell
quick
you.
report
You plug in the
and
address,
generate.
it tells you.
Mike, when you were talking about your past experience, and yesterday we talked about, we've got a lot of silos. How could we better manage integrating all of the software systems? Because right now I suspect Chief's looking only at his department. We don't have anyone taking a global view.
So ultimately, I think it has to be, one, driven, but there's 2 sides of it. Usually it's driven by a finance perspective. And what ends up happening in finance is they try and find the best component that'll do the roll-ups for all the departments. I think that's a good approach. I don't necessarily think it's the best approach. I think a good approach is taking an IT perspective from it, finding somebody that can actually identify the needs of all the departments, and then really putting that into play. So you would create a committee, it'd be a technology committee, and more than likely it would be a 2 to 3 month committee where you go through heavy evaluation of what's needed by each department. And then you figure out, is there actually a company or a software service or a combination of software services together? Because there's multiple software services that work together, whether it's PeopleSoft, whether it's our current systems, they work with other entities that can roll out modules. Everyone will tell you that their modules will work best, but I think it should really be up to the departments to say, does this work for you? And would this system be beneficial?
And there may be laws against integrating some software that the police department uses.
Correct.
With other softwares.
Oh, as far as access.
Yeah, and so that's why I think some of this is inherently just what it is that we're going to figure out. But it just seems so cumbersome for these guys because the public is expecting us to do something on short-term rentals, and it always gets dumped on the police.
Yes.
And then we're asking them to go through and find how many. Well, the information's somewhere, but how do we get it where it's at their fingers?
And Mayor, usually in those cases, that's why you see CAD systems that are heavily due to working with PD and fire, and they're kept on separate servers specifically for the protection of that information sharing. And then you see everyone else on a sole system. And so those are kinds of the things you'll deal with, but they usually talk to other softwares that you have so that they're integrated. And those are a lot of the IT questions that someone needs to ask, which I think Andrew can do a decent job of that, but I do think there would need to be some level of assistance to help him to get that moving forward.
And so we know what's gonna happen. We're gonna approve this deal and keep doing the little piecemeal until one day that hopefully somebody comes up with it. Yeah,
And Chief,
because it is so difficult.
Chief and Katie, what about the Downs? I mean, what are they using on their police department for their software? Are they still on the old software also? See, we're handling dispatch for them too, so we have that component too that we need to work on.
So, and as far, to my knowledge, that we're not being paid, they're using our report management system right now, and that we're not being compensated for that. They abandoned theirs, they have a read-only version.
Okay.
And so they can access their data that they have, but they're currently using our RMS, and to my knowledge, there's without compensation. So we're basically paying the maintenance for the RMS that they're using. If we were to transition, that would be something that they would have to take on and pay for themselves if they wanted to pay for the licensing to use that.
Right, and that's.
Otherwise, they could go to whatever system they want.
They can do a cost share on that, even help on that, and I know Katie, working with the state with the 911, I mean, that, they're specific on that too, and you working with the different softwares, so. There's a lot of things to work on. We can also work with the state. We've been working with Chief Johnson.
Well, and when I talked to the contact that Chief Johnson gave me, that the state doesn't pay for Mark 43.
Right.
That's on us. What they are paying for, that I found out at the conference, is they're paying for, it's a program, I believe it was called Paradigm. That was the name of it. And what that does is that's basically integrating all law enforcement agencies within the state to be able to access and share information. Now, that's what the state's paying for, whether, regardless if you're on Mark 43 or anything else. But that's, again, a third-party software that they're paying for. And Counselor Corey, this wasn't intentionally misleading. I've got Mark 43 broken up into two different, this is a reoccurring annual cost for the RMS alone, not for the RMS and the CAD. I've got the CAD broken out into the dispatch portion, and that doesn't include, as I was saying, I've been trying to do the implementation on that for about a year now. Those monies, I've been working with Judy to see if that is, we have that currently out of other things that we haven't spent yet. So that would just be the reoccurring cost for the RMS alone.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Arguably, those 25% vacancies were saving some money right now.
There's a little bit more on the dispatch side that we were gonna be able to use also, I think Judy had identified, but she was gonna be checking on that again for me. See, moving on to number 3, this was one that had been talked about in the past also, and this was adding a non-sworn position to the department as in the form of a public service aide. Public service aide is basically a person that's uniformed in a marked vehicle that does not say police, it says public service aide. I believe you've probably seen them in Albuquerque on the news. They'll show up and help direct traffic or secure crime scenes, do things like that. What this does is it basically gives us a position that will help take some of the non-emergency calls for service off of our patrol officers. So they can handle private property crashes, non-injury crashes after the fact, crashes, people walk into our office and say, hey, I ran into a deer, and they want to file a report. They can handle some property crimes that are nonviolent or, that there's no, a house was broken into sometime within the last 6 months because they're not here, because it's a vacation. They would be able to handle some of those. Obviously, there are policy issues with that if there's at any point in time, it looks like it's something that they can't handle, they were to stop and call law enforcement. But it's also a recruiting tool. That's something that Albuquerque has used in the past, is they'll start hiring these guys at 18. I don't know if Albuquerque still does it, but they put them basically on a contract and say, look, you're gonna be a public service aide for the next 3 years. As soon as you turn 21, you're gonna apply for the police department. If you don't apply for the police department, you're no longer a service aide, and we'll hire somebody else.
Are these individuals armed?
No, no. They'll get a lot of training, which is a training curriculum that would have to be developed, but they're not armed. They have no enforcement action. I mean, they would have enforcement action in the sense of parking tickets or dealing with vehicles that are, I guess I said parking, but if they're hazardous vehicles or they need to be, something needs to happen, they would be given direction on how to handle those issues and trained on that. But at the same time, we would be training them in the law enforcement issues of the department in the hopes that going forward, whether that be in 3 years, whether, if we do the 18-year-old and we employ them until they're 21, or we hire somebody and say, look, we're going to give you 2 years, you figure out what you want to do. If you want to come to the police department, then apply and move forward. But it does, at a very minimum, it does give us an extra set of hands where our patrol officers can deal with the more emergency calls for service, and they can handle some of the smaller things.
So it's like a triage.
Pretty much. They'll handle the easy things.
Would they be carrying tasers and also a body cam?
They would be required to carry a body cam. Tasers, I would say yes, just for the simple fact that our animal control carry tasers. They're fully trained on them through our taser instructors. But mostly not for the sense in dealing with people, but they carry them for dealing with dogs. So
Yeah.
I would give them the option of carrying a taser as well, because if they do handle, say our ACO is out for the day and they handle a dog call or something like that, they do have those options available to them. Not necessarily they would be trained on it, but not for the use on people, unless that use was justified and reasonable along with everything else that we do. Any questions on that one as well? Then I will move on to the next one, which this was a continuation of, I think, what we've been trying to do for a lot of years. I know Chief Chavis was working on this and wanted to get this done. But policies and accreditation. I was a big proponent of redoing policies and getting them updated. Our current policy manual, the majority of it is dated back from 2014. I've done a lot of work to update. You guys have seen a lot of policies come through that we've updated, and I've tried to address the more high liability, high risk policies first. What we need to do is we need to finish that policy manual in its entirety. Then we can start working towards the accreditation process. There's going to be some other issues that need to be hammered out in that for the accreditation process. However, if we don't start with the policies, we can't get to the accreditation to begin with. So my priority is to try and get somebody. I want to send somebody to a policy school. There's one that is put on within the state so that they can learn how to draft and consider policies, do those things, get the policy manual updated, and start working for that accreditation process.
Do you have anybody in mind?
It rhymes with urban.
Not too many words, right?
But it's just, to dedicate, it would be nice to be able to have an accreditation manager.
So would that be like the deputy chief position?
That may be something that falls on the deputy chief, because that's going to be something where I want to have somebody where somebody in a high enough position that can evaluate and see what those policies need to look like, what's going to be in the benefit of. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I stole a lot of policies from Rio Rancho.
That's okay.
They are accredited with the municipal league. They have sound policies, but I did go through each one of them, pull out what didn't work for us, what worked for us, and here you go. But I need to have somebody in that position or whoever's doing that, to be in a position where they can really evaluate those things.
What does the accreditation accomplish? What do we get out of that?
So actually, that I'll let manager.
We, Mayor Crawford, Council Corey, for one thing, we get better rates on our insurance.
Okay.
And that's huge to be able to do that and being part of the certification. If we're not certified and we have any type of incident, the self-insurance fund could say, we're not covering you on that.
Okay.
And then the exposure would fall on us directly.
So the point is, it arguably would pay
Oh,
for
yes.
itself.
Yes. And then additional trainings and And then as the mayor sits on the self-insurance board, and it's gonna be a plus for the department and the village.
It'll also assist with any lawsuits that come up because you'll have those processes in place. I went through the certification process with the last community I was with, that police department was certified. And just in some of the lawsuits that we entered into in my time after we were certified, they were quickly went to those through those items, identified we followed our processes, and it assisted significantly
Gives
in
you
those.
credibility.
Yes.
And it does, when you're accredited, they go through your policies and they see that you not only have good sound policies, but that you actually follow those policies. And that those policies are not only, they're common practice within the profession, but they also assist with liability because they're put together well and kind of cover all the bases.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, you said you can't get accredited without the policies. And you want your deputy chief, so you have to have a deputy chief first before you start your policy. So when are you gonna do that?
Again, that's on my short list of things to do, to be honest with you. Obviously, when I took this position, for this short time, I've kind of been handling a lot of both roles. I've handed a lot of stuff to Lieutenant Urban, and he's been helping out with. But increasingly, there's more things I can't handle as a single person, and there's a lot of things I'm gonna start handing off. And so I'm gonna be looking to fulfill that here pretty soon.
Okay,
And the administrative
And administrative lieutenant.
lieutenant.
yes.
That's gonna have to be a position that we move into that would then probably be able to aid the deputy
Absolutely.
chief.
So some of those, as I delegate those down, those are gonna be things that can be hammered out,
Yeah.
below me also that can be worked on.
So I was just asking him who you got in mind, and he said it rhymes with urban. So to me, that tells me DC.
Yeah,
And then he's gonna have to find a lieutenant,
Lieutenant.
two lieutenants.
yeah.
And so that's kind of my plan for the policy and accreditation going forward, is continue that initiative.
Excellent.
Any questions on that one? And then finally, my fifth goal, and this, again, this isn't, this is just a discussion point, is to evaluate what to do with our facility. And that, whether that be, and part of that's gonna be just beginning discussions on how we approach this, whether that be renewing what we have, consulting with our architects and/or contractors, to see what's the viability of our building. I'm relatively sure, I tried to do the research on it, that it was built in the late 70s, early 80s.
It was a bank.
And it was a bank. It was never intended for a police department, which we've made good use out of it for the last 24 years. We were in there in 1999, so 25 years. We've made good use of it, but, and I know it's on the ICIP. I wouldn't stick to the timeline that's on the ICIP because I think that was to 2030.
Well, we
Something,
worked
but-
hard on it,
Right.
okay, and we were pressing hard only to be, Chief Chavez walks in and says, oh, well, that's not really our guy's priority.
No, the officers didn't want to move.
We don't want to
so-
move because we were looking at redoing the Horton and all of that.
Yep.
And so we spent a lot of resources on looking to revamp that and how we're gonna, engineer and architect that. And so we went back to, I think, gutting this building. And so that's what I think, it's just awkward. It's hard for y'all to get in and
very.
out of there.
And the roof needs attention like now. We had some repairs done a few years back and it's leaking worse. I think Chief,
Chavez,
yes,
Our,
Counselor Hooker was, I think at
not
that.
Chief Chavez, the Chavez roofing guy. that
Yes.
Blew that
Yeah.
deal up.
That leak still happens, but also that wall, if we get enough rain, it actually comes through the wall because it's subgrade. There's a wall in the back of the building that's bulging in.
What about the basement?
I don't send anybody down there. I'm afraid that they're gonna catch hantavirus. And I've made this joke, I mean, I won't even make the joke, but our plumbing is in disrepair. Well, if you look at what we've spent in plumbing repairs over the last 2 years, we've spent quite a bit. We actually have two bathrooms that don't have regular plumbing. We have sump pumps that pump them overhead. It runs through the ceiling right over his office. So he's fully aware to keep an eye on the ceiling tiles.
Do you have an umbrella?
I was gonna say.
There she
I
blows.
think I'd be careful with a
But with
tarp.
that, I know it's been presented in the past too, that even our booking facility is is not a safe place, not necessarily for the officers, but for the prisoners as well.
The place where you put the jail or whatever you
That's
call
what
it
he's
in the back, I mean, honestly, it's atrocious. And,
Have you
That's
spent
what-
much time in there?
no, I
During her
live,
police academy days, she did.
And I've got some temporary solutions that I'm working on. Part of that is to use the two holding cells that were put in down at Horton. That since the court's no longer gonna use those, I've met with Zeke to try and go over what those modifications need to be to make them suitable for us. And that could be a temporary solution for that. But going back to the accreditation process, that booking facility will never get us through the accreditation process. There are some physical barriers
embarrassing.
regarding things like that that'll keep us from the accreditation just
Susan,
because it's not
What
safe.
made it atrocious?
Here's a cell, and then here's a toilet, just in the middle. I mean, it's right to the side, there's
okay.
no privacy, and I know they're prisoners, but still,
Sure.
they're human beings. And to me, it's just, I mean, a female, the class was just like, and of course, at that time, that was the second class, and, don't worry, we're moving, and then we didn't move.
And we've had to reinforce those cells several times. People have kicked through them, kicked through the doors. It used to have the small wire mesh on it. They'd work on those and break them off, and then they've got little, stabbing instruments. We've had people try and hang themselves from the top because there's a mesh up top that they can get stuff on, so.
How much land is at the current facility?
Not much.
I think it's from Rio Arriba to the other side of the parking lot on the far side. There's a chunk of land between the police department and the Mormon church that is, I believe, that's
We
not
don't
ours.
own it.
Yeah, that's not
It's got
ours.
an easement on it.
We have the backside.
Yeah, and then we've got behind, there's that small lot, parking lot above the PD. that
They'll do
goes up-
impounding sometimes.
Yeah, and we have that up there. So that's kind of our little area.
How much available land do we have along White Mountain?
Along White Mountain?
Well, I'm talking about, the village bought a lot of property.
Yeah, we own that house that's there. That was the old, what was his name?
I know who.
Yeah, that house.
Edwards was the old-
Edwards, Sonny Edwards' house, all of that, all the way back to Novella Estes, all the way back to Kansas City.
Okay,
So we have land all,
so there's some good land.
everything.
that's-
But depending on what we're looking at, maybe that's, if, where the impound lot is if we could vacate that and then that other property, square that off, and if there's some additional there, build one and then demolish the other one.
And, my thought had always been if we were able to stay in the same building that we were fortunate in that we have two separate buildings. So if we were able to move forward, however that happens, you can move everybody out of one half into the other half, do whatever you're doing with this, knock it down, fix it, whatever, and then we can transition back and finish whatever we need to
And
do.
that, you could do that now because the dispatch, you've been able to move those
Exactly.
guys out.
Exactly. And so, and it does, and with a good architecture, we can actually set it up and have it designed for something that suits us. And we've got a ton of room there. I don't think we could, if we were efficient about the way we use the room, we could get a lot done
New
with.
lighting.
I
Do
did,
we have a long-term facilities plan?
No.
No, not currently, we do not.
And,
I know the school district, that's what, they have their,
yeah, and in fact, I think that's required by the
right,
PED.
PED requires that, yes.
Yeah, so.
So, Mayor and Counselor Corey, during your comprehensive discussions, a lot of that will come up, all of the plans that we would like to identify, whether they're strategic growth plans, whether they're comprehensive plans related to buildings, our infrastructure plans, any of those items will actually come up during the comprehensive discussion as to what we may need and what we should start looking towards building to be able to have that data as we move forward.
Okay, and not to reopen a wound, but I'm curious, what drove the decision not to go to Horton versus?
It
was Chief Chavez.
Chief Chavez, because we were moving that direction, he just finally said, our guy, we don't want to move over there.
Yeah, he said that Tim was.
Was it really functional, the way the layout was in
Over there.
in the classroom, classrooms, converting those to the offices, the public access?
I will say it was a little hard. We did sit down with the architects a couple of times to try and figure out how to cut up the square classrooms that were already there to make them work. Not saying that it was impossible, but it was kind of a chore to do it. But I wasn't in, I know that was a discussion that was made prior to me, so.
And then we were looking at the Sallyport, trying to work that in there, and that cost there was gonna be, it was 600,000 to 800,000 just for that little piece to
And
add
another
on.
evidence room and.
Wasn't there a presentation earlier or yesterday, somebody was talking about identifying?
I thought it was the
all
greatest
these
thing ever.
One of their goals.
No, that from the get-go, that was coming in there and realizing that it had been made to be a police department from a bank. So it had its just initial problems, And again, everything they're talking about is things I dealt with, the roof leaking, the plumbing, all that kind of stuff. It's there, it's gonna be there. And it's like you say, dressing up a pig. How long do you keep doing that?
Yeah.
But then when the pendulum swings and you go, if you start something from right here at the ground up, you're talking millions.
Yep.
Millions of dollars. Where do we get that? Oh, by the way, because we want more police officers. Oh, by the way, because we want more money. It just builds on itself, so.
And that's what is just to start those discussions and see what's going to be the most viable or most effective way to deal with this issue, because that's a building that's not going to last forever, obviously, nothing does. And how do we come up with a good
It's a
solution?
great
to that?
location.
We love the
There's a
location.
way that, like you said, that we could move over and then go in and either totally gut it, and we need to have somebody that can tell us what the best options are. Are the bones good enough that we could redo the facade, go in there, because you're stepping up and down in there, it's just not conducive to offices. The public, it's always intrusive, no matter where they go.
Sure.
And that little jicky door that you got locked, keeping people out, it looks like I had, closet doors that look more imposing than that, but.
Well, again, it never was intended for a police station, so you can
No.
walk through some of the walls that are there. It's not.
Yeah, and so, that would be something we need really professional guidance on what it looks like. So maybe we look at grants for some contracting and architectural to give us an opinion. Is it worth saving?
And Mayor and Council, actually, as they move in a direction for possible certification, one of the requirements is actually a development plan for PD. And so what you may want to include in that plan is actually what is the direction of the facility. If it's included in that item, identifying grants specifically, whether it's planning, redoing that building or moving into a new building, that would be probably your phase one. Phase two, if it's said, hey, yes, you can remodel it, or no, it needs to be brand new, is then identifying, we would work obviously with PD from an administrative perspective to find the right grants, plus figuring out what that capital stack looks like to build a new facility or renovate that new facility. Just like Horton, we received those funds, and we had to figure out that capital stack. It would be a similar process, so.
Or mayor and council, going through the New Mexico Finance Authority and doing debt service is gonna be our other option, so, like we did the magistrate court.
So to start the process, we need to have an architectural engineer come in and evaluate and give us an estimate as far as remodeling or.
Because we've kicked this can for so long, and we always had other things that were choking
Yes.
us. We had to get them off, but I think that
Maybe we should
if
do
we
that.
could concentrate on getting a design done, and then working with the police department, because I think the location's really got good.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I
And
like it.
there is sufficient land if we could, and it's all because we have dispatch moved now, that we could move over in some offices, I think, and gut that, and then move over and gut that, and what would the state police do?
Well, and I think in that consideration, when we look at redesigning or however we do this, we would do the same. They pay us rent to stay there, so we would give them their couple of offices, patrol room for them to work and just
And
keep
then
them in
work
there.
that area.
Because we currently house not only state police, we keep game and fish in there as well. And then we also have an office for the DA's office and a victim's advocate to come up, so.
Are they paying rent?
The good thing.
I don't know about
is they
game
don't
fish.
have
Only state
records,
police.
They don't have anything that's really moving. Really, it's just picking up their laptop and just going to another office to wait it out.
Okay.
Okay.
That was a big concern last time, was how do we handle dispatch?
Now we know.
Now she's got her own spot, yeah.
And that concludes my PD portion. I'm sorry, that's been half the morning. Any questions?
Lunch, is it lunchtime? I get there.
The rest of these will be faster.
I would agree with you, though. The interior of that building is like a labyrinth. I mean, there's nothing about it that's inviting. And over where you have the conference room for your teaching, you have to go into this kind of protected hallway with a rock in the door, and there's not much security there, and.
We have doors that don't work, and yes, and we have to prop doors open with rocks, and
Yep. And I
it's-
agree. And then not many places have a huge vault in the middle of the lobby, so,
Yeah, that's,
you know, there is that.
But on the outside, everybody loves it.
Yeah, no, it looks great, yeah.
Well, they did open a quarry to finish off the last third of it before the bank went into receivership, but
right.
it is, it is impressive, but on the other hand, does form follow function?
Yeah.
And I am concerned about what I heard about the plumbing. You have a sump pump that's pumping over your head.
I could give you some stories, but for anybody that hasn't, I mean, if anybody wants to take a walk around, feel free to call me. I'll give you a tour. If you haven't been there already, Councilor Letterman's been there. Councilor Evie, I know you've been through it also, Mayor.
I got two of those sets too.
So, but yeah, that's.
Okay.
Then we'll move on to Police Administration. This one's a little quicker. I've got fewer on this one. First one on this is for ACO is looking at obtaining a new pickup truck for ACO.
That's animal control.
Animal control, code enforcement guys. So let's see, I didn't bring my, oh, I did. So the ACO trucks that we have currently, they just purchased a 2021 Ram a few years ago. They were able to upfit it. It's a half-ton, but they had to block the front of it so as we put a plow on it. So I know those guys do assist with the plow operations a little bit when they can. That one currently is sitting at 33,000 miles. It's still in good shape. Everything's good. My next one on the list that I have available is a 2014 Ford half-ton. And it's got, I want to say that one was at a 90 somewhere thousand miles. Not great shape, still functional, but doesn't have the plow, doesn't have any of that other stuff. And then my last one is a 2007 Ford half-ton that's over 100 and few thousand miles. It was the last one that was wrecked that took us quite a bit to fix. It burns oil quite a bit. Again, still functional in the short term, but I've got 3 dedicated ACO vehicles. I've got 4 positions, and in the short term, I've got vehicles I can use, but those last 2 at least the 2007 is gonna need to start being phased out here pretty quick. When we had 4 officers, Bobby Simpson was actually driving around in our old Ford pickup that was a police department. We pulled the decals off of it, and he was just basically using it as a vehicle to get around and answer calls. It didn't have any of the other equipment. So in that vehicle would be completely upfit professionally with all the lights. We are going back and putting PA systems on all of the code enforcement ACO trucks because we realized that during the fires, those guys didn't have them. Even our public works guys have them. They couldn't do the public announcements through their vehicles like everybody else. So we're putting those in the vehicles going forward. But this would also have the Tommy lift.
What's the significance of that, of the Tommy lift?
So when they pick up deer and.
Oh, they're the ones that do it. I thought that was
If it's
solid waste.
if it's not too big, they can put them on the lift. So they can pick up most of the deer, or actually can pick up all the deer. They can pick up the smaller elk. The bigger elk get a little heavy for the lift. So that's what, they use them to move whatever they can, at least.
Okay.
But it would be upfit with the Tommy lift gate and a new dog box, and then we would also upfit it with a plow. And then that would keep them in vehicles for a little bit, or at least going forward. Any questions on that one for the vehicle? Moving into the next one on our administration is the evidence room and evidence accountability. So Chris has done a good job. He just did an audit, a complete audit of our evidence vault. He's done it, I think he did it for Chief Chavez, he did it for me coming in. He spent 2 months going through the entire evidence vault. Every piece of evidence was accounted for. We weren't missing anything, which is absolutely spectacular. Going forward, he's got a few things that we're working on. I'm working on getting him some separate lockers within the evidence vault so that we can maintain, they're supposed to have all of their narcotics locked up in one separate area. It does, I mean, it can be within the evidence vault, but it has to be locked separate from all the other evidence. So we're working on getting those lockers so that he can move those in there. He's got all the firearms, which is another thing that has to be locked up separate from everything else. We've fixed that. And so he's going through trying to fix those things. There's not really an accreditation, but to get us up to best standard practice for the evidence vault.
Is that under dual control? Accessing the evidence vault?
He's the only one that has access to it, but I can get to it if I need to, but I have to remember how to get there. But he's the only one that has access to it right now. There are backups for us to be able to get in there if we need to. But he's been going through, doing a good job of identifying property that can be disposed of, that's no longer needed for court. And he's been working on that process and trying to clean that out moving forward so that we can kind of streamline and clean up that evidence vault.
The Scooby Mobile still looks really good. What is that, about a 1990?
I don't know.
But he keeps it pretty
I think it's a
clean.
98.
Yeah.
The van.
And it's only, I asked him the other day, I think it still only has 30,000 miles on
Oh
it.
my gosh.
And eventually, we'll probably look to upgrade him into something that's a little more practical, and that one's kind of falling apart just due to age.
Age, yeah.
But still a good vehicle. He keeps it
Easy on
clean.
the age.
Can't we, are you starting to buy the 2 lockers? I mean, you have here 2,000. Can't we get
I
that
put that
down?
on there, and I guess that maybe not should have been on there. As far as the dollar amount goes, he actually literally just put in for those the other day. And so that's how that kind of ended up on there. But that's his biggest thing that we're working on right now, is to separate and clean up his evidence vault so that he can kind of keep those things separate, and he can continue to work through the disposition process.
Yeah,
And then we'll be working on
get that done.
continuing his policies and practices, and we'll probably implement as a part of the policies, we'll implement an audit vault. He's going to audit everything starting in January. He'll audit some of the vault and continue all through December, so that through the year, he's auditing the whole
Is there a
vault.
tremendous amount of stuff in the vault?
There's quite a bit in there. And
It's relevant?
again, that's where he's got to go through and see what's needed for cases and what's not. We will have to work out a more long-term evidence room. He's got some of it in there now, but there are cases that we have evidence we cannot dispose of ever. And so that evidence will actually be boxed up, but it still has to be environmentally controlled to some extent. So, I mean, obviously, nothing lasts forever, but we have to be able to put that, and that it would be, for the things that we know aren't going anywhere ever, it would be nice to have a place to eventually, looking into the future, a room where we can put those, where we don't have to worry about it. It's there, it's gonna stay there, no matter what.
Wow.
So those are things that we need to, and that he's working on going through the vault to identify, and that we can start cleaning out. Some of them are drug cases, there's tons of marijuana in there. It's not even a crime anymore. I mean, on the recreational use level, those are things that we can dispose of and get rid of, start cleaning those out.
How large is that vault right now? I remember looking at that, it's not very big.
It's not very big. They've made good use of the area that they have. There's a set of shelves in there, but every shelf is pretty much packed full.
Well, there was talks in the past about building an evidence building. So is that still on your radar?
I think if we were to discuss that, I would incorporate that into any facility the facility talks as far as the department in general.
Well, right now, what you have utilizing is sufficient for now.
It's sufficient for now, yes, sir.
Just to go back what Counselor Corey was saying, so I know that's that's his baby, but do you need a double to protect Chris?
As far as,
Yes, for instance, going into a safe deposit box, we have to have two people because we don't want a customer saying, well, Susan went into my box and got stuff.
I would love to have, I don't know if it needs to be a second person, but there are some things that we can implement that would, whether that be video accountability or something for every time that door's open. I mean, a manual log doesn't really do anything because people forget to sign in and out. But there are things that we can look at doing to ensure the integrity of that vault. Obviously, he's the only one with the combination right now, but if that vault's open and he's not looking, usually the door is locked all the time. So if those of you who've seen it, our vault has the big door, but then there's the small glass door between them. That door is usually locked all the time if that vault door is open, so somebody can't just walk in there. But we can certainly look at doing something just to keep the integrity of the vault beyond.
I'm not saying you need to. All I'm saying is just for his protection,
Right.
nothing else.
I know I'd looked at camera systems for the entire PD in the past, and one of those cameras was gonna look directly at the vault door. So there would be video tracking of anybody that did enter that, or what went in and came out.
I'm wondering if in the accreditation process that would come up.
And that may be one of those that we have to cross when we get there.
We're talking as ex-bankers, and everything we did in our banks was
There's a portion in that process that specifically relates to evidence, the evidence room, and what has to be surrounding it, so.
And access, I'm sure.
Okay. Next.
And then finally, let's see, where am I at here? So the evidence, oh, it's cut off on this one here. I missed oh, no, it's on the top, here we go. Organization of records, so we were able to hire Jessica after Nancy Smith left, and she's done a spectacular job. I've tried to send her to all the trainings that I can for records management, to include IPRA. I know that was a discussion the
Yeah.
other day. Jessica does a really good job. I know she works well with Jenny about staying on top of all of the IPRA requests that we get. And so I've tried to keep her on top, current, and, as knowledgeable as possible, because she's really the one that drives that and takes care of those things. In talking with her, I know, so I'll bring up a conversation here in a second that was brought up a minute ago that I heard, but she's going through, and basically her goals this year are going to be to continue working through the records that we have, because as I found out, I've learned a lot about IPRA myself because I had to deal with it for a short term when we were without a clerk. If somebody, IPRA's, say, arrest reports, we have to hand over everything that we have, if we have it. I mean, if we don't have it, we don't have it, and there's only so long that we have to hold on to things. But unless I'm mistaken, if we have arrest reports that go back to 2002, those are all things that need to be included in that. And currently, we're sitting on some arrest reports that are considerably old. We've got records that no longer need to be held on to, that, one, they're taking up space, but two, we don't want to have to be responsible for
No.
when it comes to IPRA, because IPRA, I think we could all agree, is a big enough pain as it is. So she's working through those, trying to get rid of the obsolete files that we no longer need to hold on to. She's helped organize and set our retention schedules in the department for videos, going off of the guidance of Miss Jenny. So she's working on those, and she'll continue to work on handling those things. I'm working with her on updating the policies regarding records management and the IPRA stuff, just specific to the department, so that we've got those schedules, retention schedules, and how we disperse information and how she keeps her records in the department. So we'll be working on that as well. And then working with her on, she's quite honestly the one that did most of the research on, as far as getting the quotes for all of the report management systems that we've been talking about. She handles that more than anybody. The officers put the information in. She's the one that has to pull it up. She sends discovery to the attorneys. She handles the IPRAs when it comes out, as far as those are concerned. She deals with all the videos. So we're just keeping her updated, and I asked her if there was anything that she was in need of at this point, because they had in the past talked about Laserfish and digitizing some of these records. I think this new RMS system, whichever one we go to, that will solve the issue as far as needing to, I don't think we'll have to Laserfish or digitize those. Our records will be a lot more efficient, a lot easier to access, and it'll be easier on her as well.
That's good.
But that's her goal for this year, is she's gonna try and get that cleaned up as much as possible, because we've got a bunch of stuff I think we can clean up and get rid of. Finally, for the Criminal Investigations Division, we were looking at obtaining a digital evidence enhancement software. And that sounds, I know this is gonna sound kind of crazy, but we oftentimes get video and/or pictures of suspects that we can't. The cameras are great, but they're not all high resolution, and sometimes, given the distance, there's not much we can do with it. And at face value, there's nothing we can do. So this is a software that we would be looking to hopefully purchase this year that will help enhance those videos. And it's legal, it's all court admissible, so there's no evidentiary issues. But that helps us enhance those to the best that we can to help identify suspects and/or vehicles, things of that nature.
That would be fun.
So with that enhancement video there, because I recall that Joe Commander, when he had that female officer who had her door torn off by the vehicle that passed by.
Right.
He sent that, believe it was Darrell Connolly's nursery or something, the video from
Yes.
there off to the FBI to get it enhanced. And how long did that take? Because this is something that could save you a lot of time.
I don't know the answer to that, Counselor. I don't know if he ever got anything back
Oh,
from
he
him.
did.
Oh, did he?
And he shared it with me, and I.
Oh, okay.
I put it on the Crime Stoppers page.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get a response, but it was still that time to send that off to the FBI lab and then have it come back, and then try to push it out to the public to try to get some sort of a lead on it. That was time that was lost.
Exactly. Not going through a third party saves us a huge amount of time, because the FBI obviously has their hands full with everything, and we're not priority number one to them. So this gives us the ability to, at least locally, whether that was for us or even surrounding agencies, anybody that might need that, to be able to use that tool to try and get that information as soon as possible.
I think it was probably at least 3 months.
And it might have been.
What brand is it?
So it's Amped 5 is the name of the software.
MPED 5.
Now, I haven't actually, this is one that they viewed, this was actually on the strategic plan for last year, I believe is the way I saw that. So this isn't one that actually happened last year, so I added it up again this year, because I know there's been a couple of times within the last year that there's been a couple of burglaries where we've had suspects, we couldn't quite get a
Off the
good.
Ring cameras or whatever?
Exactly, we couldn't quite get a good facial picture of, just because of the quality of the camera, of the resolution. So this gives us a little bit, obviously it's not like the movies where it's completely blurry and next thing you know, it looks like we're
Crystal
standing right
clear,
here.
yeah.
But it does give us the ability to try and enhance it the best that we can to try and get something out of it. So,
Okay. And is that just something you get through the police academy or state whatever, or the league, or,
so this was one that we would purchase and they would do the training
but which one is,
which,
which is MPED the best one? Is it,
so again, that was the one that was on there last year.
okay, so you'd be shopping.
So we can shop around to see what's the best. When I asked Sergeant Cruz, he said this was the one that they had demoed and looked at to see
Okay.
for use. I could probably, I don't know if that's who uses this software, if there's other agencies like the bigger agencies, FBI, if that's something similar to what they use.
Okay.
Any other questions on administration? Then finally, I'll move on to the consolidated dispatch. I know I did talk about the correction on my org chart. We do currently have 3 openings. And we've been in the Horton for just over a year now, year and a half almost. And so far, so everything's good. As a continuing goal is to recruit and retain qualified dispatchers. I know Katie's been doing a good job. She's constantly got applications. They suffer from the same issues that we do, though, as a lot of times is we get applicants and either they don't show up or they don't complete their background process and they're eventually dropped, or they withdraw.
Yeah.
We've had, to speak to the issue, I know, not to beat a dead horse, and we had talked about the affordable housing. She specifically had several who had withdrawn because they couldn't find anything up here that was affordable for them. Now, I know we had adjusted their pay
Was
within the
that
last couple of
before
years.
or after the pay adjustment?
Before.
Before. And I think.
And we adjusted cannabis use too, didn't we? Because remember, like at the police department, if you've ever
Yeah.
whatever you were out, but then we changed that to something.
So for all departments, and police related, because they're all security sensitive, I went through, we had changed it, it's actually twice now. So the final version is that basically cannabis use is dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Simply looking at the fact that it was made recreational, there are a lot of people who had never used it, went out and used it one time. Well, our policy as it was said you couldn't have used within 1 year or of application date. Well, we've had people apply who had used and only used it once and said, yeah, that's not for me. Unfortunately, they weren't able to apply because of that. So we put it on a case-by-case basis.
As long as they didn't use it on their way to the interview.
Exactly.
Inside the interview.
Man, I gotta chill out.
Are those gummies free?
Yeah, those are wrong gummies. So, and then also working with, and she's done a good job of working with the employees inside there, of giving them additional duties and giving them some ownership within the dispatch center so that they have vital roles within the dispatch. Second one, this is the back half of the Mark 43 discussion. Again, this one should be a lot shorter because we've kind of covered a lot of this, but this is the computer-aided dispatch or CAD portion of the Mark 43 program. This, and I know Deputy Manager Martinez isn't in here, and I know he was talking about CAD and how that works. There may be an option to be able to integrate fire into that, and that's a discussion that we can have. But this will integrate all of our 911 mapping. It does AVL, which is vehicle tracking for our vehicles. It gives us the ability to see where our guys are at. And I use the example of McBride. I use the example of the McBride fire as one of those, and we could even go further and look at the salt fire, then we can keep track of, I mean, that's on an everyday thing. We'll be looking at where our guys are at just to see, or they can see where their other guys are at as well. But when we start looking at, hey, how many people do I need over here? I've got 2 guys over here, I need to put a guy over here. It helps us start planning those things out, seeing where everybody's at. And when they respond to calls, if somebody gets out of their vehicle, it's not uncommon that something happens and these guys jump out of their vehicles without having to be able to say something on the radio. And by the time they get a chance to say the radio, they're already, 50 feet from their car. We don't know where they're at, but we can see where their car is. So it is a security thing. But it integrates into our 911 system, and it will have our GIS mapping, all of that stuff included. So the second half of that annual implementation, or the annual licensing fee, is a little heavier on their side because theirs includes a little bit more. And since I know we've covered that one pretty good, is there any other questions? I mean, as far as the CAD portion of it, the dispatch?
No.
Okay. And then this is a reoccurring one, again, is update the emergency medical dispatch system. That one didn't happen this last year, partly because we didn't have a new CAD system that we were trying to implement last year. That didn't happen last year. So those funds that we did have from last year are some of the funds that we were gonna look to use to implement the new CAD system this year. And then, once that new CAD system's in place, research and get a new emergency medical dispatch system that integrates into that new CAD system.
Okay.
And do you have anything that you want to add to that, since that's?
I already have one in mind, and it does integrate with the Mark 43, the emergency medical dispatch one does. So it would be really beneficial to be able to have it on computer in front of us and type it all in versus here's my flip chart and go through and give the directions for CPR or a heart attack or something.
Katie, have you seen it in action?
I have at one of the dispatch conferences.
Okay.
And so part of that is, we have to have something to integrate it to before we start shopping around, and so, she's identified it, and that's why we're trying to push that prior goal also. But we put that in there so that if we get that implemented, we can also get that that new EMD system put in place and update that. Any questions on the EMD?
Oh.
And then finally, this is a discussion that I've had with Katie, and it is to keep working through. They don't necessarily, I don't believe, have an accreditation process for dispatch like we do through the Municipal League for police. But they don't necessarily have a set of policies right now. They have the field training, they have standard operating procedures, but not a set of policies that dictate this is how, I mean, they're similar, but they're not the same, I don't think, in my opinion. You need to set up a set of policies that tell you how you're going to operate, and there's not that right now. And so we've had that discussion, and I want to get them on the track to writing and implementing all of their own policies for the dispatch center, so there's no questions, ifs, ands, or buts about how things operate inside that. That also comes back to the fact that we are consolidated, and those will all go through the board for approval, but there needs to be a standard way of doing things, and everybody needs to know what those policies are, so that there's not a question of, well, I didn't know. I mean, especially it's high liability stuff that we are dealing with, so.
Does the municipal league offer templates on policies such as this?
I'm sure they could get it. If they don't have it, they will research and get us whatever we need, so.
Yeah.
They always have with Chief Johnson and others, they're always working. They've really built their staff with retired state police and others that are really working with the state DPS, Department of Public Safety, and making sure they do have policies, but they'll do whatever we need, or they'll assign us an attorney to work on things like that too, so.
Because I remember from the school board, we had, I forget the name of that company,
Yeah.
but a third party basically provided us all of the policies, and then we would,
Yeah, it was a policy research deal.
yeah.
They provided.
And there is a program out there, Power DMS, and another one that the municipal league has a set, like a core set of policies. It's pretty general, but everybody can adopt them. They're all approved by the municipal league, and you can go with that. Now, to say they have those for dispatch, I don't know. They have them for police, but that's another one of those avenues that when we start looking at these policies that we can research and see, start pulling from either other agencies, or if there's something the municipal league has that we can, kind of a core set that we can build off of.
Yeah, Katie may have a networking system that she likes a certain, how they do things and implement their procedures into our procedures, so.
And also visit with Stephen there at the bureau chief there at the 911 bureau, because they work with all the dispatch centers, so they're a great resource.
It'd at least give us a starting.
Oh, yeah, you bet.
And it gets us up to, like I said, everybody knowing what it is and best standard practice for the dispatch center.
Yep.
And that's all I have. I'm sure you're ready to take a break.
I do have one thing.
Ready.
I just wanted to let the council know that we just had our start of the year consolidated dispatch meeting, and Chief Minner is the chairman, and Chief Hall is the assistant
Vice Chair.
vice chair, thank you. And so it was a very good meeting, and so we've started off the year with our consolidated dispatch. And then Katie, let's not forget Judy Miller, Counselor Miller, and John Underwood would like to tour the facility. So we want to make sure we can make that happen.
Absolutely.
I'll try to remember. I told them I'd be there, so I'll get with you.
Okay.
Okay.
And Chief, as you look at those policies and you're trying to make them fit your organization, I'd recommend too that Zach take a look, because most of these, as you know, are going to be regulatory, number one, and liability, number two.
Yes,
It's not so much what they say in the policy, it's what they may not have said,
right.
so.
And we can continue that same practice of actually bringing them through council also, so you guys are aware of what's being approved also, so.
I got one little question for Katie there, is that it's just kind of being in the dispatch room and listening to the calls that the dispatchers have to listen to, and during that Citizens Academy class, they're telling you that you have to develop a radio ear. Well, even at that, I can't understand a word those guys are saying. They're like going.
I know, I don't know how they do
I'm
it.
just wondering, is there, so I commend the people that have to listen to and decipher and accurately analyze what's being said over the radio.
It's like a
It's-
doctor's handwriting.
Yeah, I was just thinking, do they have, like, say, where, like, say, Bluetooth on there, where you can put some earbuds, and you could actually hear a little better?
We do have headsets. We have a couple dispatchers that prefer them, and we have a couple that do not prefer them because we have multiple channels that we monitor. So if we have one selected and that one's in our ear, then it makes it difficult for some of us to listen to the others. But other people prefer it because they'd rather have one in their ear and then use their other ear to listen to the other 4 or 5 channels that they're monitoring. So it just depends.
When I was
But
witnessing without any type of hearing aid.
I don't prefer it. I've been doing it
I just
for
wondered how in
almost
the world
18
you
years and I
understand
don't
that.
prefer a headset.
They have a test that she gives, and you listen to this thing and you have to redact the information, take it, pull it down, and I remember I was like, oh, I'm gonna take it one time. She's like, Chief, you're fired, get out. I was like, man, I can't remember this stuff, I can't, oh, wow.
I
So
don't
it's
know
kinda
how they
neat.
do it.
Yeah,
That is the amazing, what they,
The epitome of multitasking.
that's for sure.
Yes, sometimes you're on 3 different calls at one time, 3 different, let's just say, getting driver's license information, talking to the, whoever called in, and then talking to the officer.
They know
Absolutely.
the officer just by their voice, the sound of their voice. And then they're listening while they're
Typing in,
trying to
but-
give instructions on what to do before. It's just, honestly, that's an amazing job.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Chief, Lieutenant?
Counselors, thank you.
Katie, excellent job. Thank
Well
you.
prepared.
I know.
Yeah, that's why I kept standing up.
Well, next time I'll stand up in the middle of the.
Yeah, do it.
Rifle, can we take a little break?
Sure, 5-minute break.
Let the fire department get set up.
The people aren't going to the police department because they all want to be fired.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, Steve, good job.
Come on up, you're next.
Just a break, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, wait till, yeah. Well, yeah, I'd run back there real quick. Yeah.
Now, Austin, remind me how long you've been here.
I've been in New Mexico
Well-
6 years, and then Rudos, we got here about 2 weeks before Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife and I talk about it all the time. The house we bought in 2015, with the salary I came over then, there's no way I could have bought it now.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
no way.
Yeah.
This would never happen. And it's like, wow, how did we do that? And then coming in here as the chief,
Yeah.
I wasn't a starting patrolman. It's like, yeah. And then the wife as a principal, I can't tell you how many times she's hired somebody. Oh, I'm so excited. Hey, have you looked at the housing? Oh, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. They'll call back a week later. I can't take that.
Can't get it,
I've
yeah.
got to stay where I'm at or I got to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Sheesh. It's sketchy.
I never followed up on that, development up here on Town and Country. Up there, up on Chavez. Remember we ran sewer and all that up there? It just stalled. I don't know what happened to that developer, because, that's what I was understanding. They're, not, well.
I think he's trying to sell it now,
Rifle.
Rifle.
Spec phones.
Say it again, Adam.
I said, I think he's trying to sell that property now. I think he kind of backed out of it.
Oh, wow. Because that was like 40 lots or something like that.
Yeah, there was a lot of lots up there.
A lot of lots? Is that like?
A lot of lots. On both sides of the road, he had the one development, and then across the street, he had another lot of lots.
A lot of lots. Eric, how are you, man? Good, sir. How are you? Good. Is your unit?
How have you been? I haven't seen you in ages.
He's been hiding. He doesn't come to meetings anymore.
We
He
used to
just,
see you every day.
yeah. Well, that's why it's just like, when you see somebody all the time and then you don't.
All right, Eric. Good.
My position is it's better not to see.
Yeah, right.
True.
Yeah.
In a setting.
You're like a doctor.
Right.
I
Well, yeah, when
prefer
you see
that.
somebody in the doctor's office, how you doing? Well, how do you think I'm
here.
doing? I'm in here. I don't feel good, Come on. Now, whose units are getting outfitted right now? Is it yours and the chief's that are getting upfitted? Or did you?
just got his old one back, and then the chief's new unit's out, and the lights installed.
Okay. Good enough.
Have you been out of town, Eric?
Oh, absolutely. Yesterday I was in Albuquerque for a USACE meeting and a 4th meeting.
The mayor's meeting with someone in his office right now. He had to excuse himself.
No worries. I got a meeting at 3, so
You might be able to pass that test second time.
Man, I don't even know. It was awful. I thought, man, let me go in there. And Katie comes out. She goes, Chief, you didn't even get like a 62 or something. You had to have a 75 to pass it.
Because you can't handle one call, much less three.
Yeah, I was like, well, I don't know. I ain't no good. That's it.
Now you got this side of the room. What's the
Truth.
You have to have overdose.
Yep.
And then those little short ones hit,
Yeah.
when I was in there, those people didn't have any headsets on. I said, I don't know where they hear all that. Did you do the dispatch, try it out?
No.
Because I asked
I didn't
Chavez
want,
when he was there, that I think he ought to make that part of the class and have people experience being a dispatcher.
Soon as Hooker gets back, we'll
I'm here.
get
Let's
started.
go.
Let's go.
Kick it.
All right, chief.
All right, good morning. How are you, everybody doing today?
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, Eric will be here in just a second. He'll walk in and.
No worry.
But I guess we can start with our mission statement. Our mission statement is short and sweet. It's preserve life and property, be safe, be courteous. That's what the fire department does.
There you go.
That's the way I like it. I think you all have the best mission statement in the whole department, in the whole village.
If you look at our strategic, or not, I'm sorry, not our strategic plan, but our organizational chart, we're full for the first time since I've been here for 22 years. That being said, it's not necessarily with certified firefighters. We have 7 guys that don't know what they're doing yet, but we're training them.
That's not politically correct.
But we're working hard. We're putting some training and stuff into them, and they're coming along good. So we have 2 new captains, we have 2 new lieutenants, 2 new chiefs, and emergency manager of the year. So we're doing
yeah,
pretty good.
no lie.
All right.
So, but anyway, so that's good.
Well, let me ask you real quick, Chief, just because we discussed it so much, police side, because you guys don't go to an academy per se like they do in big cities. You know, a cop goes off to Santa Fe, he stays up there for 20 weeks and comes back. You piecemeal yours out over to Socorro and in-house, is that correct?
That's exactly how we do it. Yeah, we have an in-house three-week academy,
Yeah.
and then Socorro for, well, this actually used to be the.
Right, yeah,
the
that's
director.
why I knew he'd be able to say it.
So you've got, they'll go through hazmat awareness operations, which is a 40-hour course, fire 1 and 2, which is, 30 days of online work, and then 2 weeks of in-person in Socorro. And that's kind of that base minimum.
Right.
Yeah.
And then as far as when you do hire someone, you have a repository of uniforms out there, bunker gear per se. If it's still viable, then this one fits you, this one's, and then at certain points, then you start buying all the good stuff, all the new stuff for that person.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we'll wait for them to come off probation, and once they come off probation, they'll be sized, and then we'll spend the big bucks on them.
That's just more
But-
for them to.
But until then, they have high water.
Yeah, they have hand-me-downs. Exactly, but we don't let them go in and fight fire yet either, so.
Yeah.
So they're wearing it, and they're in the warm zone, they're not in the hot zone, so.
That's ones that gotta go buy the ice cream.
Yeah.
Do you have a training area? I noticed outside of Alamogordo, I don't know if that's Holloman or Alamogordo's got.
It is, it's Holloman.
Okay.
We've looked into training facilities here, but we just have our stations, pretty much.
Okay.
We've tried to acquire some houses in the past from people that are demolishing their own houses.
Right.
But it's an act of Congress with, smoke and
Sure.
asbestos and stuff like that. So no, we don't have a training facility.
Okay, thank you.
I guess we can just go straight into, I should have done my goal number 2 as my goal number 1 because they all piggyback off of that. But we can start with goal 1 because it was the one that was going to bring money to us. Because as you know, we're kind of a drain on the general fund. So I'm trying to figure out ways where we could actually make money to get us equipment. So anyway, the first one that we're doing is, I've been the wildland coordinator for the department for the last 5 years. So when I bumped up to chief, of course, we have a new one of those now as well. But I was trying to get a division built, kind of how it was for recruitment and retention is what it was. It was to get kids straight out of high school to come over and start training with us. And then if we had, because we were having a real hard time, like the PD, of filling positions. So if I could get straight from the local people here that are already here, they're already, invested in this community, not trying to pull them from somewhere else, I thought we'd have a better chance of keeping them. And then if somebody quit, we can just pop them right into a position. They've already been working for us. To fund that, it was going to be through a SAFER grant that I just heard got stalled out. All the federal grants are on hold. But I also looked at a backup with our RMP program that we have, which is the resource mobilization plan that we do throughout the state and the country. Like we just sent the people to California.
Right?
So the state or whatever organization is calling for that pays us to do that. They pay the wages of the people on the truck, and they pay for our equipment. So that's how we're gonna pull money aside. It cost us roughly $40,000 per person, and this is, like I said, a pilot program. I'm looking to start small with 2 personnel and then see kind of how it goes. There's lots of things they can do, as I wrote in here. We could outsource them to the water department, and they could help with the fire hydrant inspections. They could work for the forest department. They could be dropping trees and stuff like that. It's a temporary position, so we wouldn't have to give them any kind of insurance. So that's what would keep the funds down. But also I guess if it didn't work out, we wouldn't have to fire somebody. We wouldn't have to we wouldn't do it the next year. So that was my goal number 1. So it helps with recruitment and retention, it helps with our ISO requirements, it helps with all that kind of stuff, because the NFPA states that we're supposed to have a certain amount of people per truck. It's a hard thing to do, and so we kind of gotta, if we can't do volunteers, maybe we can do this.
Have we ever, and I guess you're covering it, goal 2, what's the best ISO rating we've had? Is it 2 or?
2 is the best we've ever had. No, 1 is the best, and we've never been a 1.
Okay.
I don't think we could achieve that. I don't think anybody's achieved the 1.
Albuquerque,
There's departments in the state that are a 1. It's not impossible. It's just personnel, water.
That's the main thing, and I think for us, it's water
Yeah.
on the majority, so that's where I.
Access to water or?
Well, the fire hydrants.
Oh, okay.
And whenever we're doing country club up
Right.
here, water line and stuff, they're adding more fire hydrants.
Okay, so,
will
so we
help
may
on
not
that.
have enough fire hydrants currently.
Correct. I'll show you, as soon as we get to two, I'll show you where we got hit pretty
Excuse me,
hard.
didn't mean to jump in.
Oh, no, no worries at all. Did anybody have any questions on that? That, like I said, it's a pilot program that I'd like to start. I was gonna try to start it with a safer grant, that way we could still use the money that we have to buy equipment and stuff. But, if we have to go in and when budget starts and we look at what we have made this year from our RMP, and we have the money to do that, then I would like to start that program.
So you mentioned 2 seasonal, and that would be 9 months, right? Or,
Yeah, that's what we're thinking of, going basically from April to September.
okay. Because I like the idea of right out of high school, but just like National Guard, they could take 17-year-olds for boot camp during the summer, and they come back and do their senior, well, that was in the bigger cities, finish up their high school and stuff, but,
They would allow 17-year-olds?
yeah.
I could look into that, because that'd open the pool up for us.
So, but I mean, that would be the incentive of, okay, you know, I worked here the summer or whatever right there, but then looking on to having them
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
as a, and then again, your goal, like you said, it could become a full-time, position. Because that would be good.
Mayor Pro Temp and Council, one of the benefits of this program that we see, obviously, we said we wanted to share resources. As we possibly start to move forward on the thinning, to transition, forestry is already behind. We've gotten to the point where we're 2 years behind now because we don't have enough inspectors. And so these groups could participate in that if they're not doing the wildland component to help offset a lot of the issues that we're facing there as well. And so we think that would be significant. So they'd still be dealing with a lot of the wildland component with the reduction in the inspection of the trees, the thinning, and get to know the community, so.
Chief, since you were the wild land person,
Coordinator.
thank you. So who took that job now?
Firefighter named Alec Davis. I don't know if you guys
yeah.
have met Alec.
Okay.
Would the people working for Ecoservants be a potential source
Yes,
for
sir.
this?
And those, they love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And another huge benefit for us is, so like we're talking about, just to become a certified firefighter, we're all hazards. So we don't just fight fires, wildland fires, structure fires, or EMTs. We do rescue, high angle, low angle, confined space. We do all kinds of stuff. So that's what our guys are trained to do. So in order to get those guys to that level, it takes a lot of time, a lot of money. And whenever I send them out, like the mayor would be saying right now, to California, do we have the town covered? And so if I have these two personnel, this is all they're gonna be trained to do is wildland stuff. And we'll have our fully certified staff still here to cover Ruidoso. So that'd be another huge thing for us.
Yeah, that's nice.
So. Any other questions?
Nope.
So then we'll go into goal number 2, which is the big one. It's the ISO 2. So we had our inspection last year and we dropped to a 3. So the biggest parts that their recommendations that they wanted us to have a second aerial, which is a ladder truck.
Yeah.
We have one and it's in the Station 1's district. And they would like for us to have one in Station 2's district because of Lincoln Towers and the buildings that we have over here on the north side of town. That in itself is a $1.2 to $1.5 million
So
apparatus.
what is the impact of the ISO rating on insurance rates?
I don't know what the exact number would be, but it's pretty heavy for the community.
Yeah.
And it hurts us too. We get funding because of what level we are.
And as you're aware, I mean, insurance is.
Exactly.
I mean, my homeowner's insurance is now over $6,000 a year. And I've got a fire hydrant in my front yard.
Exactly. Exactly, and right now, we're still holding our 2 rating, because we told them that we wanted to go through this retrogression, and so they gave us our shortfalls of where we were, and I had to come up with a plan on how to get us back to a 2. And we can do it, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but we can do it, and we're gonna be graded again this coming November. So.
Okay, so when you mentioned the ladder truck, was the lack of that second ladder truck alone the difference between a 2 and a 3? Or were there other?
There was other things, so
Okay.
there was that piece of apparatus, there was, our pumpers were low, so you guys remember how long it took us to get engine 3?
Yep.
So that wasn't fully outfitted and put in the canyon because we had another truck that was down, so we had it at Station 1, so we had a mini pumper in the upper canyon when they graded us. So that hit us. So our equipment was not good, our personnel was low, so the NFPA was a 1710. So NFPA 1710 states that you have to have 4 firemen per pumper, and we have 4 at Station 1, we have 3 at Station 2, and we have 2 at Station 3 on a fully loaded day.
Yeah.
That's nobody off. So, and that's us being fully staffed.
In Mayor Pro Tem Salas, Counselor Corey, going back, we had a meeting with the State Fire Marshal's office and their consultant, and what was scored, we received points the last ISO rating. They didn't allow some of the same scores from the last time that we went through the process, so we received.
Well, we benefited because
Yes.
you guys had got us extra firefighters since the previous
Yes.
analysis, and it really helped us.
So Chief, do you have like a punch list of items that you know you need to address in order to improve that rating?
Yes, sir. And so basically, the letter I wrote, and this will just kind of sum it up for you guys, the communications, that we have multiple towers and redundant sites. They didn't give us full credit for that. So that's going to give us more points because we have, like I said, we have a redundancy when it comes to our communication program here. Water supply, we didn't get our annual inspections and flows done, so we lost a big chunk of points on that. So we're gonna get more points for that because they allowed us to go, we finished last year's up and then we'll start this year, so we're gonna have 2 years. They want 3 years total. We're gonna have 2 years, and so they said they'd prorate that and we get more points for that. So in the fire department, the way we were logging our structure fires, we needed to go in and twist and change a little things, like we stage our ladder truck. Because we just stage it, we never put it in the report. So therefore, they're saying if it's not written down, it didn't happen. So we didn't get points for that. So we just have to go back and do those. Some of the equipment on the trucks wasn't up to their par, so we have to purchase a few more bits and pieces of equipment to get to the standard. So we're not gonna be able to do it personnel-wise, so we're gonna do it these other ways. And we were only 10 points. We scored a 70, and we needed to score an 80. And so the way that we can get there.
So you know what the criteria is, was the downgrade in the overall rating anticipated? I mean, did you have an inkling that we're not gonna hold it this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I wasn't in a place to push too hard at the time, but I knew that we were
Because
going to
of
be close.
politics?
Politics in my position.
Okay, understood.
So you won't be able to use that again.
That was the last time.
Excuse, okay, gone. But Chief, if memory serves me right, Station 2 can't hold a ladder truck. Or
That's where it used to be.
that's where it used to be.
But-
Okay, so it does. For some reason, I was thinking we would have to extend a bay or something, but.
I thought you had one over there. Every once in a while, I see a ladder.
That's when they're doing testing.
Yeah, we bring it from Station 1.
Okay.
But we don't have enough room there. That's actually one of my other goals.
It may have to be built 6 feet higher due to the floodplain, so just FYI.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. So, but yeah, so every one of my goals though is basically focused on how we're going to address the ISO situation, because that's the biggest thing that this town needs. So, So the rest of my goals will hit on that. You guys have any questions so far on where we're at?
No.
So then, 3, that's the apparatus maintenance program that we were talking about. So we have, basically, we have some old trucks that take a lot of money to keep them maintained, and we're running out of mechanics and don't even know how to work on them. So, with State Fire Fund and, the RMP program, I'm looking into purchasing. Here I put down that we're gonna do 1 Class A pumper and 2 Type 6s. But some stuff that came up with one of our Type 6s, possibly with insurance and stuff that might cover that with, from the fire that we had. I'd like to really we'd be more beneficial if I got 2 Class A pumpers and 1 Type 6. So, because the other one might be funded through, like I said, insurance or FEMA. But we'll see when we get to that point. And that'll really help us with our ISO and our fleet in general, because we have an old fleet that's just, it's, well, a 38-year-old truck isn't very reliable. And we got 2 of those.
So for the layman, Class A pumper,
That's your big, normal fire truck.
and how much gallons does it carry?
1,000 gallons.
1,000 gallons.
Was it the fire truck that we had ordered some kind of truck and it took a couple of years? Was that a fire truck?
Yes, sir. That was a unique fire truck. It was a 1,000-gallon truck, but it was a 4-wheel drive fire truck that goes up in the Upper Canyon, so we can navigate through those roads.
Did we ever get it
We
finally?
did. We got it a year late, but we got it.
It was almost 2.5 years when we finally received
I
it.
remember we talked and talked.
And that's been the timeline on those. It's taken, for new trucks, taken up to 3 years.
There is one right now from Pierce that they would have by January, this coming January. But that's just one truck, and the fleet needs to be more uniform, so we're not spending a lot of money on different trucks.
Just as an aside, during your discussions for, as we look to planning, I do think there needs to be an evaluation of asset management. This is obviously the 4th department that's brought vehicles to you for replacement purposes. There's going to be a review or a look, I think, from that asset management perspective of how we start to use our vehicles, what needs to be done, what is that maintenance process overall, generally, how much are we spending versus what's a different direction, whether council decides to take that or not. And so you'll definitely see those to try and assist some of these needs that the departments are bringing you as we move forward.
Well, Mike, when you were talking about the library, I liked the fact you were recognizing there's opportunities with other departments and that kind of, like yesterday, Eddie saying he wanted a car. I mean, there's other people that aren't using their vehicles all the time, so if we can.
And those are all things I think that we can start looking at, whether it's creating a fleet pool, whether it's evaluating how we utilize used cars in a different way, whether it's moving towards a single type of unit, whether it's all Ford or all Chevy or all something. Just because there's cost savings in that, there's efficiencies in that, and then there's better approaches to ordering and renewing and trading in. So I think just purely from a cost perspective, I think we need to evaluate those issues, but also from a replacement perspective and what the departments need specifically to operate. I think that's also something that needs to be considered as we look to planning, so.
So Chief, you all oversee the maintenance of your own fleet?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And fortunately for us, when it comes to funding the fire trucks and even our command vehicles, it's, our money is coming from the state fire, so our state fire funds pay for that, so you guys don't have to worry about that part hitting the general fund. That's one good thing, as long as we can keep our ISOs.
In Mayor Pro Tem Salas and council, we go to the New Mexico Finance Authority, they do an intercept of their funds at the beginning of the fiscal year, and they pull that payment, every annual payment's taken out off it does an intercept to their fire funds immediately, and they don't see that.
Ron, how is that payment calculated? Is it risk-based?
Judy, do you know Judy handles all our intercept funds when it comes to the New Mexico Finance Authority?
Is it just a blanket rate?
Well, you should ask the guy from fire marshals. They get so much money for conference rooms at a fire station, substations. It's all calculated based on the facilities, right? And it's something else, so.
I thought you were asking about the intercept, but you're asking about the way the fire, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
How we get money, what,
The fire marshal distribution, how is it calculated?
That's Austin's gonna be,
so
there's a formula for every,
so it's right, we get some off of substations and
So
apparatus.
it's based on, I'll try to use what I just recently saw. So say the state, it's based off of the amount the state gets from insurance. So they say, let's say there's $150 million. They then go through and there's a whole formula that the state fire marshal's office uses, and they put it in. So Albuquerque Fire is a ISO class 1, so they're always guaranteed a certain amount based on your ISO and how many stations you have. So you get that guaranteed amount, but there's $150 million that's well over that guaranteed amount. So then that amount gets split up amongst all the departments based on their ISO, the number of main stations and substations. So a substation's funded for a little less than a main station, but there's a whole mathematical formula that
Okay, but
I'm
I'm
not even gonna try to
struck
understand.
because it sounds like all roads lead back to the ISO.
It's all based on ISO, so the lower your ISO rating, the more money you get.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's certain requirements you have to have for it to be a main station or substation, and what you have at that station makes those things.
Okay.
You want to, since you got the mic, go ahead and do our goal 4.
I'm sorry, AC, can I ask you a quick clarification question? You said the lower your score, the more money you're guaranteed, or the higher the?
Well, it depends on how
Yes,
you look
the-
at it. The lower the number, the higher the
Okay,
score.
just making
Yeah.
sure
So
I-
if we're an ISO 2, so we get more than an ISO class 3.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So everybody looks at that number differently, based on, yeah.
We already kind of hit on that goal 4, but,
Oh, so yes, looking at staffing, it goes back, again, the chief has done a really great job of all of this revolves around staffing and funding. Trying to get more funding for us so we can be better staffed, lower our ISO, more funding, more equipment, so on and so on. The staffing, we kind of touched on it, the NFPA standard says 4 personnel per truck per response. So you're looking at adding staffing, and I think, we've looked at it. It's not coming in and saying we need, 12 more people all right now. It's something you want to kind of look at and chip away at a little bit at a time,
basically, we were going to see about possibly 3 more people this year, but I understand how we just got hit by a major fire, and that might not be reasonable at all. There might be any, you know what I mean? But that's why that's in there, just so we can try to get to that standard.
So a personal question, AC, we were talking about the police department staffing issues. What drew you to Ruidoso Fire Department?
The size of the department, the area, and it was the department itself. This small of a department, you're looking at an ISO class 2 department. For me personally, it's kind of intriguing. How does a department this small in this small of an area achieve that?
Sure.
They have to be doing something very well, and they obviously are.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was very nice.
We move on to goal 5.
Go ahead, that's all you do. That's a big ask.
Yeah. So goal number 5 is just because we have aging infrastructure, just like the PD was talking about. We did have a facelift on Station 2. I don't remember, was that 5 years ago or so? But it wasn't, it was just that, it was just a facelift. It didn't give us
Chief,
any more.
help me out. Where is?
Station 2 is over by your house, over by Farley's, off White Mountain.
Okay.
Yeah, right
okay.
there.
And what is the station in the Upper Canyon?
3.
3
And these are substations.
No, sir.
No.
So we have three main stations. One is by the swimming pool on Sutterth, two is on White Mountain, and three is on Main Road in the Upper Canyon.
And you got this one right here's the sub,
And that's the substation right
right there, it's got a truck in it. Right
Okay.
there.
Okay.
And it counts, but only at a different level because it's not manned.
Correct.
But it has an operational apparatus in it.
And it has to have.
So they have to be
pumper.
manned to be considered.
That gets
a
you
one.
up the next level.
Do
for
they have
more
to be
money.
manned 24/7?
Yes.
So they have to be manned.
It's not about it's not about personnel in there, so like you get volunteer departments that are classified as main stations. It's the type of apparatus and the amount of apparatus in that station,
Okay.
is how it's looked at,
Okay.
yeah.
So you, and to be a main station, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's gotta have a Class A pumper. It's got, well, they tell us we have to have you can call it a Type 6. A Type 6 is like a wildland truck, but it's a different terms. And a command vehicle.
You have to have three apparatus in there. Sometimes you can get away, you can mix them up, 3 Class A pumpers, 2 Class A's, a ladder truck, but you have to have 3 apparatus in there, to be classified as that main station. With a bathroom, a training room, there's some weird smaller requirements, that go along with that.
So Station 2, Chief, is your chief concern? as far
Station
as
2 and Station
buildings?
3.
Well, see, Station 3, we built on, and then we couldn't get the truck in it. We ordered a new truck, that's what it was.
Yes, sir.
We ordered a new truck, and it wouldn't fit in there. It was kind of a lesson we learned from the county ambulance service. So on Fire Station 2, you're talking about building a couple of bays to the south.
Well, we were talking about that until so I don't know, the floodplain, I don't know what that is.
Well, it's more back towards the west, isn't it? No, all that's gonna be there?
We can verify what that'll look like, but I think we may have to take a look at other considerations.
Because from what I
Was
was
the
told.
station flooded during the?
Yes, sir.
storms?
It wasn't majorly flooded, but it hit our meeting room. And from what I was told, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, if we do a renovation to that station and it ends up being 50% of what it's
Yeah.
worth, then it's, okay.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
That
Then you
applies to
can't
us
do it.
too.
Or we have to raise it up.
And or if you wanted to add on a bay, that's
Yep.
when it's like, nope, you can't do that because now you're in the floodplain.
Be up and over.
Yeah, now you're on stilts.
And we really need it we need that station to stay on that side of town. The strategically placed stations would also give us the points as well.
Yeah.
And then Station 3, is that in the floodplain, do you know?
No, it's not.
No,
That one's good? Okay, so I don't know if we can do anything with that one, we need to.
it's just so tight.
It is.
But I do know, well, they're on the other side of the river. The people that are right there behind it are trying to sell all out because they got wiped out.
That compound behind?
Yeah, I used to be married to that compound.
Do you want to elaborate?
No, but I do know that they built there and they weren't supposed to. That's the way they do everything. And so they can't, insurance and nobody wants to deal with them. So I think they're gonna try to sell it, but that's across the river,
Yeah, right past Coyote Bridge, right off of
Yeah.
there, so.
you know. So because we're pretty locked right there with that station. It's not a whole lot of land there.
No, and I was thinking of maybe seeing if Martha's Fabrics would like to
Well,
sell.
wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, my
awesome.
I don't know how that we got away from us. Well, they used to be the Sirloin Stockade or something.
Yeah,
Our
it's
breakfast.
been several
That would be a
restaurants.
That
wonderful
would be
location.
the spot.
Oh, my gosh.
Whispering Pines.
And then,
Whispering Pines was up. It never
well,
was.
the other one's in the floodplain too. People are wanting to sell out and go, but it's all in the floodway probably. So we'll see, but okay.
But that's pretty much on my goal 5. We just need to address some things. Station 1, we can put, that, you've been there and it's been, under, the parking underneath. We can go ahead and close that off, put a heater in there. We can house 6 trucks, 6 of our Type 6 fire trucks in there, and that'll help us tremendously to get those trucks out of the weather with pumps breaking and stuff. We have to have them housed. We also were looking at possibly like the Wingfield, on Wingfield, the old annex building. I know that Parks and Rec has it, but we have a truck that we put in there.
Old annex building.
It's where all the records are and all that stuff.
Oh, the purchasing building. Yeah, we tore down the annex.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, there's a big bay there.
Yeah, and if we have a truck right now over at the street shop, and it's in their way, and that's our substation, because our other substation was at Station One. Well, it can't be at the main station, you can't have the substation on the same ground. So we were gonna lose points, so we put it out there, but it's right in their way.
Chief, what about the metal building behind the rack?
I don't know.
They,
how-
that's where they were decorating the float and all that, yeah.
Is that's not the one that I was talking about, the white building there? Is the one
The only
behind-
problem with that building,
behind it.
Chief, is it doesn't have heat.
Oh, it doesn't have heat.
Okay.
So part of the, during the discussions with the Parks Board, when they were looking at the Wingfield master plan, there was a discussion that was talked about with fire and Chief Joe about what that would look like if that was expanded to include a bay or two to house someone there as a substation, especially during special events. And so I think that plan is slightly altered to do that as well as part of the master plan, just in case.
It'd be really good for Xterra.
Yeah.
What about, you've got a ladder and a pumper out at the airport?
Yes, sir. So those are gonna get auctioned off because they don't meet the requirements anymore and they can't be rebuilt.
Can't be refurbed, they're just gone. Okay.
Yeah, I looked into that too.
Is that part of your department as well, the airport?
No, sir, not
Not
anymore.
anymore.
As firefighting?
was.
So we go out there and we do their firefighting because we're
But they don't have personnel out at the airport anymore?
they have 5, I believe, right?
Yeah, well, we've got personnel out there.
No, but
But
we
not
used to,
firemen.
we used to have.
No firefighters.
Okay.
We have people that were firefighters, and we have fire suppression equipment, but
Okay.
not, we were trying to do, I ain't gonna go into all that.
Yeah.
Well, we were trying to put a fire station out there too, and it just didn't work.
Okay.
So, but we do have some fire suppression if something hits the ground or whatever, that they'll get
The
it.
equipment's there.
The equipment's there and our Station 2 guys are gonna be headed directly there if there's any
Yeah,
kind
they'll
of
be on the
alert.
way.
Okay.
As soon as, if they get a distress call coming in, they're notified, and
Mayor and council, technically, tentatively, the ENMU board did approve the building of a burn building out there that they would manage along with the fire academy as well as a ARF training facility. Obviously, that still has to be funded, but that is now built into the system of what could be out.
So
in that area.
they're gonna start offering courses.
They would move the fire training that they currently do at the main campus here out into the area and offer those courses as well.
And then that meeting I just had was with the guy that has one of the largest seaplane helicopter operations that's wanting to relocate to our, add a big place here at our airport, you know, because that way we could have a helicopter base here. They could go put stuff out in the forest.
And Counselor Corey, like you were asking at the very beginning about, Holloman,
Yes, sir.
that would be the facility we would have at that point.
Okay.
And that was one of the other parts that hit us on ISO because we didn't have all of our facility training hours. Because we had to leave to get a facility training. I had to send the entire fire department to Socorro or,
Okay.
so that would help. All right, so that was that. And then our goal 6, that's the same thing. I'm gonna let the Assistant Chief talk to you about that, on how he's figuring out how we're gonna do this.
So this is the annual fire inspection program for all the businesses within the village. We're working through it now. I'm slowly chipping away at it. We're going to start using our on-duty crews to help assist with that. It's just going in and doing those annual business inspections. The biggest thing with that, with any type of inspection program, there are times businesses don't want you there.
Noon at a restaurant.
Exactly, so it's working around their schedule, and not going in there with the enforcement attitude, with the attitude of how are we gonna help you?
Yeah.
And a good example is the other day, I know a phone call was made, of a potential issue. As my wife said, a little southern hospitality, never hurt anybody. And we went in there and worked with that business owner and didn't have to,
Yeah, I'm glad you
escalate.
did. That was,
and I think it's just working through that, and ensuring we get everybody on that annual
and they
schedule.
got that fixed because they've had a week, right?
I gave them 2 weeks, and she actually I talked to her the next day, and she's already working on the problem, so.
And Mayor and
Do you
Council.
issue fines? No.
No, but we can shut a business down, I guess would be the worst thing that we would do.
Okay.
And that's where we were almost at a week ago.
And you try not to get to that point. It's
Really?
going in and working with
Sure.
businesses.
It's danger.
You know, it's going in with the mindset that we're there to help you, your patrons, and the village itself. And that was one of the conversations we had is what happens when this catches on fire and spreads downtown or to the woods behind you, and then, you know, we have a bigger incident, and you've lost everything and somebody else has lost everything,
Yeah.
so. But
Ron,
we're working on that.
Are we still doing fog inspections?
Yep.
Yes, Mayor Crawford,
Who
Council.
conducts those?
That is the wastewater treatment plant. Isaac has a dedicated operator that,
Wastewater treatment plant, he has a
Yep.
guy.
Okay.
I forgot his name.
I can't remember. We'll ask Isaac here in a little bit when he does his
Okay.
presentation.
Mayor and council, we'd also like to make sure that as they're doing fire inspections, we align them with our business license inspections and building inspections, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. The chief and I had another issue, as you all know, that we're made aware with another business. How do we get them built in? They got their business license, they had to meet the fire component, there was a disconnect. And so, especially as we start to rebuild, I feel like there's gonna be several of those issues that we're gonna be dealing with. So making sure we're all on the same page from a department inspection perspective, we wanna make sure they're aligned as well.
Exactly, and exactly what he was saying, the businesses in Erdoso are not used to this at all. The 20 years that I've been here,
They've got spoiled.
maybe one time they got their initial license and never been reinstated.
That was it.
Well, I want a space heater under my tent.
I want it inspected. That's really good. I know because, you know, just with vent hoods, I went for probably 10 years, never got an inspection, then now you get them annually. They come by and inspect, and then it's all about PFAS, you know, getting rid of that, and then the new fire suppressant material and being up to code and fire extinguishers, getting those inspected, that we used to never do. But it's the same with the fog program, that we used to never inspect that, and then now we have someone that's dedicated to it.
So the nightly rentals, I know years ago, we required fire extinguishers, and then there was an inspection, I think, done up front. Are we still doing that?
Yeah, but that's going to be through the STR program now.
Okay.
That's what they're doing, and to make sure you, by the front door, whatever, you have the fire extinguisher mounted, and you have, all of that is done in the smoke detector, the carbon monoxide detector, and then as needed, this is where I'm not clear, some of the old furnaces that you have, you know, the wall furnaces that combust into the room. And so to make sure that those things are
So who's doing those inspections?
code enforcement, planning and zoning,
Building inspectors,
STR,
too.
building inspectors.
And they've called us a few times to come assist with some, but if they're just strictly a fire concern. And so they'll go and help with those.
The Airbnbs, we're not gonna allow them to have fire pits, right?
As far as I know,
As
there's
far as the-
no fire pits, but they can have gas grills,
Yes.
correct?
Depending on what planning
it's
and
one of
zoning
those-
moves forward, they believe that I think they're gonna move to I forget what it's called, level 2, so that any of those items are basically removed from those areas, so that we don't have the same fire concerns, that,
Including gas grills?
No,
No.
excluding.
yes.
Okay.
But, and I jumped the gun, that's the discussion, it hasn't been formalized and voted on.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, I think that that's very important. Why, they don't realize, a lot of them, how to maintain a fire pit, and I
The
think.
majority of our visitors live in the desert, so they
Yeah.
just leave the fire going overnight.
Exactly.
That doesn't
Or
work up
think
here.
it's out and they haven't done all their water and everything, so I think it would be better off not having fire pits.
I agree.
For the STRs, right?
Yeah, short-term.
Yes.
Short-term rental
Yes.
places, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
full-time.
I just don't want to get to like Lake Bonito, you know, no fishing, no wading, no whatever, have fun.
Slow down, you can look at it, don't get out.
Have you heard that commercial with Nick Saban?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the
Yeah.
checklist.
See the gas grill? You can't use it. And he goes, no fun.
Gets in the hot tub.
What else we
Pretty much
got?
all we got, so. yeah. Any
Great job.
Good.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Eric. Okay, Mr. Eric.
Thanks, Chief. Go. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll start off with my organization chart. It's just me. So I was talking with some emergency management colleagues, and they had a really good joke that I want to share with y'all today. What is an emergency manager's favorite game? It's hide and shelter in place.
There you go.
So with that, we'll go into the first goal, which is the installation and maintaining generators at critical facilities. We talked about this last year. Currently, there's been no progress in terms of the actual placement of the generators at that facilities. That's due to a number of reasons, but the main one was a lot of the emergency management office time that was delegated this year was due to the South Fork fire and Salt Fire and the substantial flooding events. So we're getting on track. There's kind of a push and pull with this. The push is we don't have them, but the pull is we got more money out of the disaster in terms of hazard mitigation funds. And so with that, the primary locations for these generators were Pikes Peak, Camelot, the Community Center, and the Convention Center. Due to the additional funding that was awarded from the disaster for hazard mitigation, we were able to add Fire Station 2 and 3 to more generators, as well as Village Hall. And so with that, again, we delayed that, but we didn't get more money in the long run. So we're looking at that. Yes, sir.
And maybe for Chief, did Pikes Peak, it got burned over, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, that equipment's gone, right?
It's back now, but it's functioning right this button.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a generator already at Horton?
One
dispatch.
is for dispatch, and then White Mountain, White Sands Construction is working on an additional generator for the EOC and rest of the building.
It's already been ordered.
Including the future server
Yes.
rooms?
Yes.
Yep.
So with that, really straightforward, it's through the hazard mitigation grant funding program, using 404 funds. Again, that's post-disaster funds that come in after a disaster to, again, build more resilient infrastructure. Any questions on generators? That's really straightforward.
All I remember from yesterday was Anthony asking for a generator for the community. So this covers it, right?
Yes.
So we don't have to bother on him.
Yeah, the community center is the first line shelter location, so warming center, cooling center, as well as a first responder rehab area during a disaster or period of emergency. So we definitely want to have that critical facility generated power.
And is a siren going there too?
Yes, there is a siren going in that complex, so Fire Station 1.
so it's
So it'll be
Station
down the
1.
road, but it's in that
The park
schoolhouse
area.
Yes, sir. Going on to goal number 2, we have the revision of the emergency operations plan, including all 24 functional annexes, corresponding standard operating procedures, and then following this up with the tabletop, full-scale exercises and all of that good stuff. So currently, out of the 24, we have 7 annexes that have been approved by each annex holder. So Chief here is responsible for Annex R, which is search and rescue, Annex F, which is firefighting operations, and then Annex J, which is hazardous materials. So those are his annexes. He dictates those annexes. I knew Judy's back there. She's in charge of Annex L, which is recovery. So each person that is responsible for coming into the Emergency Operations Center, they have a plan. So it's not just me planning all day. It's getting each one of our personnel that responds to the EOC to update their plans.
A related question, Eric, where are we at as far as water rescue training?
I'll let you handle that.
So as of right now, we have 2 technical teams. We don't have enough for equipment for both of them, but we have 8 technicians, and the rest of the guys, we have 4 that are operational, and then the rest are being trained. I was telling you.
So Chief, will that be in place by monsoon season?
They're in place right now.
Okay.
We just need to get another boat, pretty much, to have 2 totally functioning teams.
And the dry suits.
Oh, and the dry suits, right? Yes, sir.
You plan on leaving a boat at Grindstone when it goes back into season? Will that be staged there?
Yes, sir. We have it in that Conex.
It lives there now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
We're just not gonna share it anymore because it got wrecked too many times, so.
Did it really?
Yes, sir.
By,
Nobody ever claimed it. I don't know.
so how were they getting into it?
Well, it was being used by the Parks and Rec to put Whibbit stuff together and do things out there, but then.
All right, you threw them under the bus.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't say who, I just said which entity.
Okay.
But then it's like, well, who borrowed it? Was it you or me, or I don't remember, and then, yeah.
I don't know who it was said yesterday. It was Judy. She said Bari. And I knew exactly what she said.
Don't borrow it.
I mean, Bari. That's the way I talk. So they buried it.
So with that, Mayor Crawford, Councilor Corey, in terms of Swiftwater trainings and being prepared for the monsoon season, my office will be spearheading, along with all of our public safety entities, spring pre-season monsoon tabletop exercise. And so this will walk through each department. We do have 2 new chiefs. We have other assets in the area. We have lesser assets in the area than we had going into a monsoon season, because we had everyone here and we also had everyone out of here. And so we definitely want to look at pre-positioning assets. How does that look like going into monsoon season? What is the command? And then what is the coordination piece of emergency management and police and fire and EMS response? So we're working with that. Hopefully we'll have partners from the National Weather Service come down, Army Corps of Engineers, Adam with his folks, working a little bit with the county, seeing what their response will look like. So we're just wanting to play this out before it actually happens, because we know it will happen this summer. We don't know to the extent, but we know that we'll have flooding events, and we want to be prepared for that. The other thing that in lines with goal number 2 in terms of the exercise is, again, preparing for the public safety power shutoffs that PNM's is still spearheading. So again, we want to make sure that we are being appropriate with our resources and working through those policies and procedures, not just on our side, but their side as well, in terms of how do they notify us, what resources are they standing up, and how do we get the State Operations Center involved.
Any update on PNM?
Just meetings that we've had, but no.
Nothing's final.
And we're still working on them. In fact, we're going to call Mike and I, we're talking about that this morning, getting hold of PNM about their Davies, the trees they've cut down they haven't picked up. How many thousands did you say there are? 18?
There's about between 15 and 18,000 trees that they've cut down that they haven't picked up.
removed. But on the emergency shut-off, they're saying they have no intention of or whatever, but after California, you're going to see it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We have created a direct line now where they're contacting us, they're reaching out. Even, I think the last time was 2 weeks ago when there was high winds even predicted. And they mentioned it and said, we're letting you know we're tracking this, just FYI. And we'll be calling you if something pops up, even with the hint of us starting discussions. So
And it would be, they said they know these events are coming a week in advance, and so they will start forecasting it so we can start getting our messaging ready to let everybody know.
Because once they shut off, it takes like 3 days to.
No,
Now we're back up.
I think they were scaring us on that, but one thing that they have done is they said that they had shut the whole village down. Now then, they're getting to parts where they can shut off sections.
So, Mayor and Council, I believe the last conversation we had, I think they can shut us down into like 9 quadrants.
Yeah.
And so they've been able to open and close those, flip them on and off as needed, and they've tested most of those areas. So I don't think it would now take 3 days, it's within a couple of hours.
Well, but skeptically, I mean, if the wind's blowing here, it's blowing all over the village, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, we've had areas that were, like at the airport, that was clocking a whole different story than it was right here
Okay.
at the middle school. You know, I mean, it's just, there are some differences, but to your point, it's windy, bad.
So those are the 2 tabletop exercises we do have planned for this year. We did complete an exercise about a week ago for the Sierra Blanca Regional Airport. We're required by federal law to have 1 exercise per year, or at least a review. So we took a half a day, public safety as well as airport operations got together and we conducted a tabletop exercise. And we learned a lot from the response of the airport and then how we shift command to Ruidoso Fire once they get on scene. And then learning about EMS's role from Lincoln County EMS, as well as what emergency management role is and other things. So already we have a tabletop under our belt this year, and we're looking to do 2 more. The flooding one will be the most extensive one because we know that's coming and we want to be prepared for it.
Eric, have you done we talked during the disaster about lessons learned. Have you done any type of postmortem, or is that all part of these tabletop?
No, sir. So it's an entirely separate category. So it's called a hot wash or an after-action review. And so we did have a after-action review about 3 weeks ago with all of the EOC staff at the convention center.
You talked about the takeaways.
Yep, we talked about the takeaways. So FEMA has about 14 core categories. Out of those 14 core categories, we had 13 core categories that were identified. So like core capability, core category 1 is public information. Core capability 2 is fire response. And so we walked through each of those core capabilities and talked about what went well and what we need to improve on for next time. So that's just phase 1. So it's a multi-phase approach when it comes to the after-action reporting process. So we have the hot wash, which everyone just gets in a room and we throw stuff on a board. Round 2 is where we actually start peering stuff with, okay, there's some simulations within this. It's public information, but it can go under the Emergency Operations Center. Or we need to do this with media, or we need to do this with infrastructure. We then produce something called the after-action report. And so I will bring that to council, to the mayor, and we will go through what went well and what are the lessons learned from that. On top of that, there's a separate document called the improvement plan. And so that says, just because I was working on it yesterday, one of the areas of improvement was media staging areas. One of the lessons learned is we put media out at the County Emergency Operations Center, which is at the Bonita Lake turnoff over and by Copper Breaks, or Copper Ridge rather. And so one of those improvement actions is we need to identify within the emergency operations plan areas in the village to pre-stage media. And so that will get assigned a responsibility, a definition, and then a time of completion. So within the next 3 months, the emergency operations plan, Annex I for public information, has to be incorporated for media staging areas. And so you'll have 2 documents. You'll have the after action, which will be public, and then you'll have the internal implementation plan, which is still public. People can still grab it, everything they can look at, but it's more for us that dictates each department's improvement for the next disaster. But yes, we are working on the after action, and that's one of my things that I'm really pushing for my department to produce within the next couple of months.
Thank you.
There's one thing that really cut us off was return and access, and everybody was on page except for one person. And so, how do we better control that? So was that included in that discussion?
Yes, sir. Mayor Crawford, Councilor Corey, that's a great alluding to the emergency operations plan. So something that we did take right away was the reentry protocols, which will go under Annex E for evacuation. Out of that, we also identified going into the disaster that we did not have evacuation zones per village. And so one of the things that we enacted on, especially before monsoon as well as fire season, because we know we are going into another season, fire season. And so we wanted to identify those zones. We did a trigger response, which is everyone get out. We didn't do it in phases. It worked. I can't say why it worked, but it worked for this time, but I can't guarantee next time. And so Chief Hall, Chief Minner, as well as Adam, Ashley, GIS, and myself, we all sat down in the executive conference room and broke out the village into 14 zones. And so those zones will be reflected on the ArcGIS map. If you actually go to the Village of Ruidoso-nm.gov/emergency-information, you will see an information map that is already publicly available that will show their emergency evacuation zones or notifications if we were to do this again, or when we do this again, rather. So we are making those edits on the fly because we do know that we are under a time crunch. Disasters don't wait for time, they just happen. And so we want to be really ethical on how we proceed and prepare for future disasters. So 14 zones, and so hopefully we'll have a campaign me and Carrie worked out. We met a couple weeks ago, so there'll be a Know Your Zone campaign. And so people can go online, look at their address, see what zone they're in, and see how they can evacuate, per se. Any other questions with the emergency operations plan or anything in general?
I just got a little question on that, because yesterday we were kind of discussing the White Mountain Master Plan, the sports complex over here. Now, that's been used as a staging area for several disasters, and it's been highly needed. So with that development of the master plan, of course, takes up almost the whole area. You're talking most of it. So I just wondered if you could work with any type of development of any type of master plan in that, with the emergency response in, of course, up front in your mind, in developing that and saying, this is what the village needs to have as far as, because I remember you saying in the comment, we're running out of parking lots. And that was becoming a very big issue during this last event. So to make sure that we don't get ourselves in a bind where we have nowhere to put anybody, because everyone always says it's not a matter of when, it's, if, but when. So we do need to be prepared and not, cover our assets.
Well, the only problem is that's in a low-flow area anyway. There for a while, it was almost cut off. People couldn't even get to it, because of the roads that have been washed out. So in your discussions, along with what Joe's talking about, do you ever get to an evaluation of the greater need, greater good? Is it better to prepare for an emergency that it will, but we don't know to what aspect, or live every day?
No, and Councilor Eby, Mayor Crawford, I think my position is just that, is I'm the doom and gloom. I prepare for the worst case scenario. That's why you employ me. And so with other departments, they look at functionality, but I also approach it from, hey, if we were to do this, what is a multifunctional area that this can be used for? So if it is used as a recreation facility during a time of disaster, I might need hookups, I might need other spotlights, I might need electrical systems. How can I incorporate preparedness actions within those infrastructures that are being used for multi-purpose? Because I don't want to get in the way and be, hey, we need to have a stockpile of 40 pallets of food that has to be staged at one of the fire bays, but maybe we can disperse that across the village. Just an example of infrastructure that, it's being smart with your infrastructure. But you're exactly right, Counselor. We did run out of room. That's why we had the Emergency Operations Center at the Convention Center. Going into this role, would I have ever thought that we would use the Convention Center as the Emergency Operations Center? No. But there's also that level of we have to be on the fly with our thinking. So our emergency plans are very vague. We don't have a checklist. You do this, you do this. It's more of a holistic planning. Hey, this is the things that you need to be thinking about when responding to that disaster.
Mayor,
And I think that's important to have that conversation and looking ahead, because nobody has a crystal ball that's going to tell you exactly what's going to happen, but you can have, just say, a pretty good assumption of what might very well happen.
and Mayor and Council, and Councilor Eby, just as an aside to that, as we look to these federal funds that are coming in, whether it's the $137 million through the CDBG-RR funding, whether it's possibilities of enhancing the convention center, those are all going to be items that we look at. There's been some ideas of possibly expanding the convention center that we're looking at with convention center hotel funds that come back, possibly attaching the shower components to that so that there's additional resources, or looking at the track and going back to that 2-year program where we were looking at a facility that was used for events, but that could also be a facility for an emergency. And so we are evaluating all of those options so that when the time comes, we can present them to council to say, these are our 3 other areas in case we run out of space, or 4. There is that planning that's happening, and we are actively looking, but to your point, it will happen. It's what we have in place, so.
So, I know you got a lot left on this, and the food's been here for about 15 minutes, and they're telling me it's gonna get cold, so can we stop and take a break and then come back and you can finish? That'd be all right, everybody?
That works.
Because they just said, they told me a while ago, and then they just texted me it's gonna get cold.
Come eat with us. Y'all eat with us.
Judy, did you see that calendar I sent you tomorrow? 1:30. I just sent the calendar in. Take a look at that, and I'll visit with you. Where'd he go?
Oh, my